The story starts with our main lead Anastasia finding out that she is indeed a princess on the day of her spirit ceremony. Everyone in ceremony glares at her as she stood there. Then a voice breaks the silence. It is Princess Anastasia's turn. Anastasia standing next to a pool, she thinks, amazing, it's filled with water. She steps in the pool filled with cold water. She jolted saying, it's cold. She thinks, I miss Mama and Papa. I want to go home and have some cake. But now that I'm here in the Imperial Palace, I want to at least have a cup of hot chocolate before leaving. Or maybe a fondant au chocolate with snow white icing sugar sprinkled on top. I don't care what I get. I just want this to be over quickly so I can go home. Then we saw a flashback of Anastasia's life. Her mother was fixing the roof of their small broken cottage. After completing her work, she shouts in excitement, I'm done fixing the roof. Then she jumps off from the roof. Anastasia gives a towel to her, said, Mama. Her mom asked her, did you come to pick me up? She picks her up saying, my precious little princess. Anastasia said, I didn't do anything. I just sat outside the door and waited for you. Her mom said, that still counts. They comes inside sniffing a delicious smell and said, something smells delicious. Her dad said, thanks for a job well done, Irina. Come and have a seat. Her dad said to Anastasia, now, come to Papa, my little princess. Seeing the food Anastasia's father cooked, her mom said, oh my. Artin brought us some nice quality meat today. Anastasia thinks, wow, today's stew has real meat in it. But, it's only in my dish, Mama and Papa's bowls. Her dad feeding her asked, do you want to take the first bite, sweetheart? She said, Mama, Papa, you two should hurry and eat too. Her mom said, okay, I'm eating. Her mom, having a spoonful of stew, smiled at her. Then she asked Yuri, by the way, Yuri, our Asya should be having her spirit ceremony soon, but I don't think we can prepare it by ourselves. He replied, don't worry, Irina. Maxim offered to help us out with that. Irina said then, will Asya and Dmitri have it at the same time? He said, no, actually, Dmitri. Asya interrupts her dad asking, Papa, what's a spirit ceremony? Yuri replied, oh, well, it means you will have a new friend soon, princess. She tilts her head saying, a friend? But I don't need one. Hearing this, they get shocked at first, and then starts crying. Asya. Her village was in a remote corner of the countryside, and at the furthest edge of that small and insignificant village lies her family's crumbling cottage. They were much poorer than any of the other families in their neighborhood, but poverty isn't the reason why she have no friends. Her parents have the unusual hobby of inviting musicians over to their home for private concerts even when they can hardly afford it. Her father takes time out of his busy schedule to draw and play musical instruments, and her mother is an excellent swordswoman. It's no wonder that they stand out among the commoners, when most of them wouldn't even have a chance to hold a sword or an instrument in their lifetimes. But she actually the weirdest of them all, because she was reincarnated here. The others are too young for her, but obviously, her parents blame themselves and pity their friendless daughter. Even now, her father hugged her saying, unacceptable. Our princess deserves the most beautiful spirit ceremony this world has ever seen. Then I'd like white dandelion decorations. The person he was talking to replied, okay. I will make you a wreath with 100 dandelions. Then suddenly the door burst opens and some knights enters. Her mom drew her sword out. The knights said, please forgive our intrusion. We have an urgent message to pass along. We are. Asya's mom interrupts saying, Yuri, go to the back door. Her dad, while holding her in his arms and running, said, I know. Seeing him running really fast, she thinks, huh? Papa? Wow, is this really the same feeble dad I know? He's acting like a completely different person. She recalled her dad saying, the emperor is crazy. I will curse that man for the rest of my life. Her mom said, you can't even hold your liquor, so why did you drink? She thinks, was my father a rebel? Are they here to arrest him? Did the emperor finally decide to root out the rebels? Then the knights came along with her mother. Seeing her, she thinks, Mama, did they catch her too? She tries to shout, Mama. The knights said, we are here to escort Princess Anastasia back to the Imperial Palace. Hearing that, she gets shocked and asked, what? Coming back to the day of her spirit ceremony, someone said, the spirit ceremony for the direct descendants of the imperial family shall commence shortly. Prince Ilya, Prince Dmitri. She thinks, this can't be true, right? It's a lie. It has to be. Please, somebody tell me I'm just dreaming. Seeing her, other people standing there starts murmuring, who's she? Judging by the fact that she's here, I guess she's our cousin, but I've never seen her before. She's scrawny and thinner than a twig. She's even smaller than Ilya. She looks like she'd snap in half at the slightest breeze. She thinks, I can't believe that I'm actually the evil Princess Anastasia. This can't be true. The story is about how an ordinary girl, who has the powers of life and stability, falls in love with a man who has the unstable yet strong power of fire. Of course, there are countless obstacles standing in their way, and they overcome the difficulties together. I bet you're wondering if she's that ordinary girl in this story. I wish. The truth is, she is the most formidable obstacle that threatens to tear the couple apart. She is Anastasia, the cousin of the male protagonist, Prince Alexei. In this world, even commoners can make it big if they acquire rare elemental spirits. However, those with weak elemental spirits have little chance of success, even if they are descended from nobility. That is especially true for the imperial family. The one who makes a contract with the best spirit becomes next in line for the throne. Otherwise, they are thrown out of the palace. Because her father, Prince Yuri, voluntarily left the palace, Anastasia grew up poor. But the spirit ceremony granted her a rare spirit, which turned her life around overnight. With both a powerful spirit and a claim to the throne, she committed all sorts of sinister deeds. Before karma caught up to her, and she met a miserable end. She thinks, I can't believe I am the Princess Anastasia who spends the first decade of her life completely in the dark about the secret behind her birth. She was only briefly able to taste the sweetness of life for a short period before heading full speed down the road to misery and self-destruction. Moreover, she read this story more than 10 years before her reincarnation, so she don't even remember the title. She thinks, was it a movie or a book? I would have preferred being reincarnated into a story that I know a little better. That way, I could have overcome the adversities using my prior knowledge and lived happily ever after. Isn't that what's supposed to happen? So, what the heck is this? She experienced all sorts of difficulties in her previous life, and she had hoped that her life would be different this time. Whether in her past life or this one, why is it so hard for her to live out my simple dream of baking delicious cookies? She sighed, and while slapping her face she thinks, no, pull yourself together. You might be a different Anastasia. And this might be a different story. Suddenly a voice interrupts her. Emperor Mikhail and Prince Alexei are making their entrance. She thinks, dang it, that's the male lead's name. Then the door opened and Emperor along the prince came. Seeing the prince she thinks, that's right. I remember this scene. That's Alexei. And you can tell he's a main character just by looking at him. Then he glanced at her. She noticed and thought, whoa, why did Princess Anastasia want to fight a guy like him in the first place? He's just standing there, but there's a cold wind blowing from his direction. The emperor said, let the ceremony begin. The announcer said, the spirit ceremony will now commence. Prince Demir, please come forward first. The spirit of candlelight has granted its blessings to Prince Demir. The spirit of glass has granted its blessings to. The spirit of flowers has granted. Then he said, it is Princess Anastasia's turn. While sitting in pool she thinks, I miss my mama and papa. Even though I'm in the palace, it's so cold. I want to go home and have some cake. So please, I want my spirit to be trivial and weak. I don't want one like Anastasia's. I don't need a fancy spirit of birds or whatever it was in the movie or the book. Then she noticed sparkles coming out of her hands, huh? She thinks, what's this sweet taste? Sugar? Then the spirit of bird appears. Seeing it she freezes with shock. The spirit tilts its head towards her. Seeing it she thinks, it can't be this extravagant, and it even has a material body? If I bring this with me, they'll definitely force me to stay in the palace. Then, I'll end up antagonizing Alexei and suffer miserably. She shouts, no. Then suddenly the spirit becomes a little chick. Seeing this she gets confused and thinks spirits can change forms. She said, why, you are cute, but I need you to be even smaller than that. Well, oh, something like a brooch or a button. For a moment the spirit thinks something. Then it transformed into a button. She puts that on her dress and said, it really changed its form. I don't have the time to be doing this. If I stay here too long they'll become suspicious. She opens the door and comes outside. A priest standing right in front of door noticed her. He asked, Your Highness, were you able to identify the spirit you made a contract with? Anastasia replied, no. The priest asked, then, are you able to use your power? She shakes her head in denial. Anastasia thinks, he'll probably think that my spirit is worthless now, right? Then the priest said, don't worry. We can ask Marquis Maxim Serenitov. He has the spirit of discernment. The priest leaves saying, please wait here for a moment, Your Highness. she thinks, the spirit of discernment. What's a thing? Is my secret going to be revealed here? The priest went to Marquis and said, Marquis Maxim Serenetiv, now that his lordship is here, we'll be able to find out about her spirit. Maxim, patting his son, said, I'm sure it's just another insignificant spirit. Meanwhile, Anastasia thinks, Maxim. Is he the same Maxim my dad used to talk about sometimes? Maxim asked him, so, you'd like me to identify what my little niece's spirit is? The priest replied, yes, your lordship. Please use your power of discernment on her highness. Maxim laughed and said, no problem. This is what I'm here for, after all. Now, shall I have a look? She thinks, I should have just told him that it was the spirit of small birds. It's too late now. After observing her, he flinched. Then a grin appeared at his face. He said, it's a cute bird spirit that'll make a perfect pair with our little princess. The priest said, listen here. Princess Asya has made a contract with the spirit of small birds. Yes, your lordship. She gets confused, huh? The priest said, the spirit of birds has granted its blessings to Princess Anastasia. She thinks, what's going on? He has the power of discernment. But his spirit's power couldn't properly identify another spirit? Should I be relieved? The emperor raised from his throne. He started walking towards Asya. She thinks, I guess the emperor is going to interview each one of us. She gulped, my turn is coming up. Then her turn comes, but the emperor didn't say anything. She thinks, why isn't he saying anything? Then the emperor asked the butler, how old is this? She thinks this? Butler replied, she's 10 years old, your majesty. The emperor said, 10 years old? But she's so tiny and scrawny. If you had told me that she was 6, I would have believed you. Does Yuri not care about his own daughter? I suppose not, given his personality. The butler said, why, your majesty? The truth is, Prince Yuri, seeing them, Asya thinks, there's no need to whisper. Yeah? My family is dirt poor. The penniless runaway prince is so poor that his malnourished daughter is as thin as a twig. He has so many grandchildren that he must not even think of me as his family. Just look at that cold expression on his face. The emperor asked him, so, what did your parents say when they sent you to the imperial palace? Asya replied, they told me to take care of myself and return home safely, as soon as possible. Emperor asked, return home? So, do you want to go home? She replied, yes. He gets shocked by her quick and straightforward answer. Then he said, well, I see. He turned saying, let's go. She thinks, is it over? Was that it? I'm finally done. Now I can really go home. But then she thinks while laying on her bed in imperial palace, never mind. Then a maid came and opens the window. Asya asked her, Riss, the ceremony is all over, so when can I go home? She replied, Your Highness, would you like to go home? But if you stay here, you can always enjoy delicious cookies and wear pretty dresses. Asya said, but I miss my mama and papa so much. Riss said, His and Her Highness will be arriving soon. I thought they would come along with you. She said, right? They'll come after 10 nights have passed. Asya asked, 10 nights? She flustered, replied, No, I mean 5 nights. After tonight, it will be 1 night less. Then, there will be only 4 nights to go. Yay! So you should hurry and get to sleep so that tonight can pass quickly. Asya thinks, maybe I'm really good at acting like a little kid now. Riss is totally treating me like a child. Listen, Riss, it took me 6 days to get here. Even if my parents had left yesterday, they wouldn't be able to make it within 5 nights. Even so, I don't want to cause trouble for her. She's been so nice to me, I should pretend to fall asleep. Then Riss said, Then I'll leave you to sleep and go to the kitchen, Your Highness. Please ring this bell if you need me or have a bad dream. Asya asked, Isn't it kind of late to cook? Riss replied, The Empire has been at war until recently, and now that the war is finally over, the Imperial Palace is planning a celebration banquet. I'm going to help prepare for it. It's going to be a huge party. They say even the famous Carno Neustadt will be in attendance. While leaving, Riss said, Good night, Your Highness. After she leaves, Asya thinks, I see, Carno Neustadt is coming. Then she blinked trying to fall asleep. But suddenly she realized something and jolted saying, Carno Neustadt? Meanwhile in battlefield the knight said to Carno, Vice Commander Neustadt, we are all set to return. Hearing this he smirked. Then he said in a cold tone, Let's go. Asya thinks, does she mean Carno Neustadt, the closest ally to Alexei, the male lead? She thinks, Carno Neustadt. That name immediately brought back all the information I had once known about him, as though it was fresh in my memory. He is the rightful heir to House Neustadt and a close friend of Crown Prince Alexei. Although eligible for the throne himself, before coming of age, he renounced his right to succession before coming of age. On top of that, he attributed all of his victories in war to Crown Prince Alexei. Since Anastasia appears out of nowhere and begins to act like a thorn in his side, Carno confronts her with downright hostility, until he finally drives her to her destruction, with haste. She starts trembling, thinking, I'm scared. It'll be fine. Whether he returns or not, I'm not going to stop him. I'll be back at home before long. Anyway, I should go to sleep now. I'm exhausted after the long day. Ha! Then she noticed her spirit under her blanket. It said, peep, peep. Asya asked, what? I'm going to sleep. The spirit pulls her blanket, shouting, cheap. It drags her by her dress and she asked, what's wrong with you? Stop pulling on me. You're gonna rip my clothes. It shouts, cheap. She asked, where are you taking me? We can't be wandering around so late at night. Meanwhile, Asya thinks, I shouldn't do anything that would draw attention to myself. The spirit takes her somewhere. She opens the door saying, where in the world are we? She enters in room. Seeing it, she said, a kitchen. The spirit flew there and came back with a chocolate bar. Asya asked, what's this? It looks like a brick. Chocolate? She asked, where did you get this? The spirit wanders above different food items. She asked, chocolate, flour, butter, and eggs? What's this white powder? Then she thinks, it doesn't make the inside of my mouth sticky, and just this tiny bit is enough to taste the sweetness. I guess it was made from good quality sugarcane that was squeezed, boiled, and dried. This sugar must be very expensive. Oh, since when have I had such a sensitive palate? The spirit shouts, peep, peep. She asked it, what's wrong now? Then she remembered what she thought while being baptized. I miss my mama and papa. Even though I'm in the palace, it's so cold. I want to go home and have some cake. She shouts, are these ingredients for cake? She shakes the spirit, asking, do you want me to make a cake in this kitchen? What if I get caught? She thinks, I can't do anything suspicious. I might end up dying like the Anastasia from the original story. But then again, if I return home, I will never have a chance to bake a cake, not to mention, with such rare and expensive ingredients. Then the spirit with innocence in its eyes said softly, cheap. She thinks, maybe, everyone's busy preparing for the banquet, so no one will come here. Then she finally said, fine, I get it. I'll make it okay. Even if I get caught, they might just let it slide if I say that it's for grandfather. She starts making the cake. Alright then. First, I need a scale. What? No, you can never make a good cake by just guessing. Baking is all about exact measurements. Then suddenly the cook came and asked furiously, what the heck are you doing in my kitchen, kid? She gets shocked. Kaya, the cook said, which palace are you from? I've never seen a kid like you in Timur Palace. Asya said, I'm Asya. No, I mean Anastasia. He gets more furious and said, Asya or Anastasia, I don't care. I won't let even the highest ranking nobles enter my kitchen and make a mess without permission. Suddenly the spirit hits him. Peep, the cook asked, where did this baby chick come from? Did you bring it with you? She said, no. Actually, that bird was the one that brought me here. The cook said, you can't bring an animal into the kitchen. The only birds that are allowed in here are dead fowl and pie birds. She said, like I said, I didn't bring it. The cook, struggling to caught the spirit, asked, are you trying to tell me this is a spirit or something? He fell down shouting, rats, you miserable chick. Seeing him, she sighed. Then the cook said, this thing, and get the heck out of my kitchen, right now. She said, well, if you let me bake something here just this once, I'll leave quietly. The cook shouts, you want to bake in my kitchen? Absolutely no. The spirit again hits him, interrupting him. He then sighed and said, okay, just this once. If you promise to make that bird stay still, and clean up the kitchen before leaving. She said, don't worry. I'll never come back here again. Now bring me a scale. She tugged her hairs. The cook asked, hey kid, what is it that you want to make so badly? Whatever it is, I can tell you how to. She interrupts saying, I thought you didn't like making desserts, Pavel. Do you even know how to make them? She said, just bring me some boiling water. The cook said, just because she knows how to bake, that little brat is treating me like a servant. She said, oops. An eggshell got in there. He snatched the bowl from her saying, geez, give that to me. I can at least break eggs for you. Then he break eggs in the bowl. He asked her, what are you making, by the way? She said, I guess it's something like a chocolate cake. I need some hot water in another bowl. He asked, chocolate? she replied. This is chocolate. Aren't you supposed to know what you have in your kitchen? He shouts. Hey, don't disrespect me, you little rascals, he asked. How are you going to use that bitter stuff? Of course, I have heard that people in the South grind it up and mix it into a drink with sugar or honey. While tasting it, she said, Is it bitter? The cook said, That's right. But Baron Saito sent it as a gift for His Majesty, so we can't just throw it away. That thing's been giving me a real headache. She shouts, Yuck, he said, I told you it was bitter. Haha, that's the taste of life. Do you get it now, you little brat? She said. When are you going to bring me some hot water? He said, You cheeky little thing. If it weren't for that annoying bird, she said, put 220 rassos of chocolate and 220 rassos of butter in a bowl and melt them over hot water, then add cream. 50 rassos. Do you have cake flour? Add 60 rassos of that too. Here, let me do it. You don't even have the strength to mix anything. Now, pour the mixture like this. Then she said, That should be good. I forgot to preheat the oven. The cook asked her, Do you think I ever let the fires go out in this kitchen's ovens? She asked. You never put the fires out? He replied. Of course not. What era do you think this is? Did you come from 1,000 years in the past? Do you have any idea how many magic stones are needed to heat up an oven? She tilts her head saying, Magic stones? Not firewood? He asked her. How did you learn to bake cakes when you don't even know anything about ovens? This oven runs on the heat generated by magic stones. We use the powder of refined magic stones as the base material to install the wiring. And, she asked, Can we adjust the temperature? He replied, Of course we can. She said, Great then. Please set it to the temperature for baking bread. He said, Anyway, heating up the oven takes an enormous amount of magic stones. That's why, in the palace, we keep it on all year round. She said, I see. While setting the temperature, he said, If you don't get it, you don't have to pretend to understand. She said, Oh, Pavel? Does this also run on magic stones? He replied, Yeah. When the time is set, the sand starts to drop. And when the time's up, the flow stops, and the alarm goes off. She stares at it for a moment. Then she smiled at him. He felt awkward and said, Ugh, kids. Then cakes got ready. Seeing them, she said with excitement. What? He asked. What was that, kiddo? Are you that impressed by something you made yourself? She said, These are the first cakes I've ever made. Quick, take them out. He thinks she knows nothing about the oven, and she claims to have never seen sugar or flour before. So, how did she make such a decent dessert? While putting a leaf on the cake, she said, Last but not least, once we garnish our cakes with these little leaves. Then they, both holding spoons, said, It's time to taste. They starts tasting them. He said, Hey, this is underbaked. She said, Gosh. It's supposed to be gooey on the inside like cream. Then she take a spoonful of cake. She found it tasty and said in her mind, Yummy. She thinks, of course, things have been this since I was reincarnated. But in my previous life, I would never have been able to dream of eating desserts made with such high-quality ingredients, let alone make them myself. It almost feels like my body is melting. I wish I could have a cup of coffee with. She noticed Pavel beaming with joy after eating the cake. He said, Hey little mouse, what did you call this again? She thinks, Why are there sparkles behind him? Am I the only one who can see them? She said, Huh? Since your name is Pavel Chocolate. Let's call it Pavel Chocolate. He said, How dare you use the name of the imperial chef so casually? She said, But it was good, wasn't it? Then she asked, Anyway, Pavel, do you have some oranges? He replied, Of course I do. They're in cold storage. Why are you asking? She said, Sugar preserved with orange peels. Don't you think that would make this cake extra delicious? Pavel said, Let's do it. After they left, the butler came and burst open the doors shouting, Chef Marka. His Majesty is requesting that some snacks be brought to him immediately. He noticed the kitchen was empty. He said, Chef, where is he? He starts searching for some snacks saying, I was ordered to bring snacks right away. What should I do? He suddenly noticed the cakes. He grabbed the cake saying, Oh, he sure is thorough. He must have already prepared for this. What a relief. Seeing the milk, he said, Did he set this milk aside to have it served with the cakes? All right, I'll also bring this. The emperor was sitting in his room along with Alexei. He was reading some papers. After reading it, he said, Our war with the Noctis elves is almost coming to an end. Carno Neustadt played a big role. He asked Alexei, By the way, there was a slave among those that Carno spared. And you asked me to grant that slave a pardon. Alexei said, That child is only 10 years old. Although he is guilty of a serious crime, As a servant of Igor Akinfi, that child only did as he was ordered. Emperor asked. He was ordered to embroider the crest that summons the darkness. Do you mean to say that he is innocent because he did not know the truth behind his actions? That ignorance killed 300 of my innocent people. What do you say to this? Alexei said. The sword wasn't responsible for those deaths. They died at the hands of the person who had the intent. Therefore, the mastermind should be punished. Emperor said. A beast that bites a person must be put down, and a sword that stabs a human must be broken and melted in a furnace. Do you think that slave will ever weep with gratitude at you sparing his life? He replied. I haven't given a thought to such a thing. His parents were already executed for their ignorance, and Igor Akinfi, who commanded that slave to carry out the crime, was also sentenced to death by quartering. Emperor asked then, what do you suggest doing with that child? He asked. Pardon? Emperor said. His parents were beheaded for bringing the darkness out and secretly contacting the Noctis elves. That boy can no longer live in the north, nor will he be able to find work as a slave to public officials. Not to mention, there are no new parents who would adopt him or any orphanages who would accept him. What good would he be left alive? In the end, he will starve to death on the streets. Emperor said. Fine. Since that boy and Yuri's daughter are both 10 years old, I suppose they will easily make friends with one another. Hearing this, Alexei gets shocked. He said. Grandfather, there's no need for that. Grandfather, let me instead take that slave. Emperor said. I've had enough of talking about this matter. Now, tell me about the victory celebration for the Imperial army that has returned from the north. He clenched his fist. Then the butler came and said, Your Majesty, I brought you a snack. Seeing the cake, he said, I've never seen this cake before. Then he picked on and fills the spoon with it. They both got shocked when they taste the cake. Meanwhile, Asya and Pavel returned, and after finding out some cakes missing, she thinks, Pavel, when we returned from the cold storage with the oranges, a couple of cakes had gone missing. Pavel ran out in a frenzy and hasn't returned. Should I quickly bake a couple more with the leftover batter and tell him I found the lost ones? The door burst opens and the butler came shouting, Chef Marka. She gets shocked by his sudden appearance. Ayok, he said. Hello, miss. Have you seen Chef Marka? She asked. Marka? Oh, Pavel just went out to find the thief who took our cakes. The butler shouts. What? I thought he made them for His Majesty as an evening snack. He said. I had no idea, and took the cakes to His Majesty. And, after tasting the cake, His Majesty asked to see the chef. She thinks, did he put anything dangerous in them? She asked in shock. His Majesty? He replied, yes, and Crown Prince Alexei as well. She thinks, what kind of sick twist of fate is this? Of all the people in the palace, the cakes had to go to His Majesty? Oh, that's why he freaked out about the missing cakes. Hopefully, His Majesty called Pavel to praise him. But what if he ends up getting punished because of the cakes that I insisted on making? Then she said, I made them. He asked, pardon? She replied, I am Asya, Princess Anastasia. I just wanted to make something for my grandfather, so I tried baking them. The butler bowed and said, Why, Your Highness, please forgive me for failing to recognize you. She said, Don't worry about it. She asked, Did grandfather feel uncomfortable or get sick after eating them? He relied, I'm not sure. He said, For generations, our emperors have made contracts with the King of Spirits, so they are safe from poison or harmful substances. And the look on his face didn't change either. She thinks, yeah, I know that look. It's hard to decipher. She said, so, he summoned the chef, right? Let's go. While going, butler asked her, Are you sure you're alright? Feeling awkward, she replied, Yep, I'm totally fine. Meanwhile, she thinks, maybe I'm not fine, but if I don't smile, he will get anxious. After reaching at Emperor's room, the butler said, Your Majesty, Princess Anastasia has arrived. Emperor said, I sent you to bring the chef, so why did you bring my granddaughter instead? The butler said, Well, Your Majesty, the thing is, she said, I made the cakes. I wanted to give them to you. I made them. He shuts the book he was reading and asked, You made them? She replied, I pestered the chef until he allowed me to use his kitchen. I worked really hard on them. I wanted to do something for you before I left the palace, Your Majesty. Emperor asked her, Did your father teach you baking instead of reading and writing? She replied, Oh no. We've never been able to afford sugar and butter. All we have for meals is carrot porridge. She glanced at the empty bowl of cake. She thinks, thank goodness, he ate it all. He didn't even leave a crumb. He must have liked it. I don't think he will punish me, she said. Actually, We have a book about baking at home. It's full of pictures, and it's so interesting that I've read it a bunch of times. The Emperor twitched. He said, well, I found your cake to be very unique. What did you use to give it such a dark color? She thinks, it's happening again. I see a color surrounding him. It's similar to what I saw around Pavel earlier. This time it's apricot, not orange. I wonder what the difference is between them. She replied, it was a gift from some baron. That's what the chef said. He asked, a baron? Did he mean Baron Sato then? He said, very well, as the emperor, I should repay my granddaughter for her gift. She asked, pardon? He said, I have something that should arrive in a few days, and I will give it to you. She waves her hand saying, oh, but why, you really don't have to. Actually, the chef helped me a lot. Besides, I have to go back home soon so. He interrupts saying, the chef you mentioned is Pavel Marka, I suppose? I will reward him, as well. She thinks, huh? That shawl. I think it just moved. A wave of air tapped her. Emperor said, it's quite late now. You should take her to her bedroom. Butler said, why, yes, your majesty. Butler asked her, shall we leave, your highness? Allow me to escort you. She thinks, can this guy not see it? What was it? After they left, the emperor said, Shamal. The spirit asked, what is the matter? He asked, did she see you? Spirit replied, you mean the creature that looked like a small peach? He asked, peach? Spirit replied, I saw she had pink hair and green eyes. Doesn't that make her look just like a peach? I got curious, and just tried touching her a little. Emperor asked, what could an eternal being like you find interesting about a little girl? Spirit replied, it is what it is. That was my first time seeing someone so uninterested in you. The only thing that little peach was interested in was how much you enjoyed her little cake. When you promised her a reward, she wasn't even curious to know what it was, right? The only other thing she was thinking about was when she would be able to return home. That's all. Then the emperor recalled asking her, so, do you want to go home? She replied, yes. Emperor said, I suppose she inherited that nature from Yuri. Spirit said, you mean your youngest, who got angry at you and ran away the other day. Is that Peach his daughter? Emperor said, you say it was just the other day, but it was quite a long time ago. Spirit said, It does seem like several seasons have passed since then. Emperor then said, I heard that child made a contract with the spirit of small birds. The spirit said, the spirit of small birds? Who told you that it was the spirit of birds? Emperor said, it was Marquis Sarenti. He has the spirit of discernment. Spirit said, Was he your second eldest or your third? How odd. The spirit of discernment is never wrong. A small bird spirit? Well, I suppose that's one way to put it. Emperor said, you sound uncertain. I've never seen you like this before. Spirit said, this riddle will be solved in due time, but one thing is clear. Your son, the Marquis, must cherish that little Peach very much. In her room, Asya, trying to fall asleep, thinks, I'm exhausted. Geez, that was a close call. I was scared to death. But why wouldn't His Majesty listen to me? All I want is to bake some cookies. I already told him several times that I don't even want to stay at the palace. I'm getting a bad feeling that I might not be able to go home for some time. She thinks, anyway. I hope that His Majesty gives me something I can exchange for cash. That way, I can sell it as soon as I go home and buy flour, butter, and sugar with the money. Hopefully, we'll be able to fix our roof, too. Then she suddenly raised up. She taps the spirit button saying, Ugh, this is all because of you. You put me through so much trouble tonight. The spirit said, you were the one who wanted to make fondant au chocolate. Hearing its voice, she jolted Kaya. She thinks, that was too loud. What if someone comes? Anyway, what was that just now? Am I hearing phantom voices? The spirit said, you're not hearing phantom voices. The spirit came out of the button. It said, I am the great and mighty spirit of sensation, you fool. She shouts, WH. Who's calling who a fool? You weren't even able to speak until just now. The spirit said, that was because you were too weak. I only got the strength to speak after you ate something decent. She said, you weren't able to speak because you didn't have the ability. Why would you say it's my fault for being so poor that you can't usually eat desserts? Spirit said, hey, keep it down. And stop poking me, you insolent creature. She asked, more importantly, can spirits really speak? The spirit replied, of course we can. What do you take us for? She said. But the others didn't seem like they were able to. She thinks, in the original story, the spirit ceremony seemed more like either an act of blessing 10-year-old kids or a means of awakening them to their elemental power. The ceremony often ended with a simple announcement of which spirit blessed whom, and only a select few children were actually able to use their powers. That was why Anastasia, who had a spirit with a material body, could behave like she was better than everyone else. The spirit said, "That's because most of them are idiots." Asya said, "So are you saying that I'm able to talk to you because I'm smart?" Spirit said, "And no. It's because I'm the great and mighty spirit of sensation." Asya asked, "You aren't a bird spirit?" The spirit said, "How dare you label me as such a ridiculous and lowly creature?" She asked then, "The colored sparkles I saw around Pavel earlier, did you make those?" The spirit replied, "Oh, can you see people's emotions already? That is one of my powers." She gets shocked hearing this and asked, "I can see emotions as colors?" She starts asking so many questions. Can I only see people's emotions toward me? Or can I see their emotions toward other people too? Can I only see them when I want? Or will I be living in a colorful world forever? You make me unable to see the colors with your power? Tell me, what does orange mean, and what about apricot? If different emotions show different colors, how different are they? Is there a rule or tell me something? The spirit gets frustrated and shouts, "Stop, ask one question at a time. It all depends on you." Asya said, "Ouch, that hurts." "Stop." She rubs her ears asking, "But what's that supposed to mean?" Spirit replied, "The better you get at it, the easier it will be for you to control whether you want to sense them or not sense them. Not only that, but you can also let others experience a completely different world." She thinks he looks like a chick, but he's so full of himself. She asked, "The better I get at what, exactly?" Spirit replied, "Controlling your spirit power, of course. What else would I be talking about?" She asked, "How can I become better at it?" Spirit replied, "That's for you to figure out." She asked, "You don't know the answer, do you?" Spirit replied, "Well, I have no reason to know the answer. Besides, I was the one who made the cakes come out so tasty earlier. I can do anything that requires the senses. My power isn't just limited to cooking, painting, music, and even dancing." She interrupts it saying, "Well then I guess you were the one who dropped the eggshell into the batter." The spirit shouts, "Why is every word that comes out of your mouth so mean and hostile? Even though I have amazing powers, I can't exercise them beyond my medium's capability, and that medium is you. No matter how hard I try, it's impossible." Asya said, "So, I guess that means I did everything by myself, after all. I'm the one who's amazing, and that must make you a recipe book." The spirit said, "How dare you treat me like a recipe book? I'm a great and mighty spirit." She said, "All right. I'm going to bake at least 10 more times while I'm here." The spirit asked, "Don't you think you're dreaming too small? Only 10 times? Asya said, "Yeah, because I made a contract with a tiny bird like you. Only those who have contracts with the spirit kings are allowed to stay here." The spirit said, "What nonsense is this? I am the greatest of all spirits." She said, "I'm talking about the real spirit kings, like the ones in charge of water, fire, wind, or earth. Grandfather made a contract with the spirit king of wind, and Alexei lives here because he has the spirit king of fire." The spirit said, "Humph. But those idiots can do nothing by themselves, and they're always asking me for help. If you can't remain here because I'm too small, I can just return to my original size." Asya said, "What? Here? No." The spirit fly over while Asya shouts, "I said no." Then a light glows, but nothing happens as the spirit didn't changed. It said, "WH, what is wrong with me?" The spirit tries again and light flashed, but failed again, and she said, "Hey, stop. Every time you flash, you seem to get even smaller." The spirit, utterly exhausted, said, "I can't believe I have to suffer this humiliation, just because of you." Asya asked, "Why is it my fault that you can't make yourself bigger?" The spirit said, "Whatever, you fool." The spirit becomes the button again. She said, "What the heck? How can you just yell at me and then hide?" "Fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't. I'm going to sleep anyway." Next morning she opens the window shouting, "Geez, it's so hot." She said, "It's winter, but this place is as hot as the beginning of summer." The spirit said, "Well, Fafner must be very pleased with his new contractor. That fellow is so excited he can't even keep his power under control." She asked, "Fafner?" The spirit said, "That's the name of the spirit that made a contract with Alexei, or whoever it was that you mentioned last night." She said, "Then please tell your friend to calm down. This heat is killing me." Spirit said, "He can't help it. Fafner is still young and immature." Then suddenly she remembered something. "Oh, no!" She raised from her bed asking, "The brownies I made yesterday with the leftover batter shouldn't have gone bad already, right?" She takes the brownies and then tasted it. She said, I think they're fine. Do you want a piece? She said, by the way, if Alexei's spirit is called Fafnir, what's your name? While eating the cake, the spirit replied, I don't have a name, nor do I need one. I am just the great spirit of sensation. She asked, Then let me call you PB. The spirit said, I told you, I have no need for a name. Besides PB? Seriously? Are you naming me after a pie bird that you put on top of a pie to keep it from exploding? Pie bird, a ceramic device that has an open beak through which steam escapes. The spirit hits her saying, How impudent, she said, I told you to stop pecking. I can't stand this anymore. I think we need to set some rules between us. Asya said, I think we need to set some rules between us. The spirit, feeling dizzy, asked, How dare you ask such a thing of me, the almighty spirit of sensation? Asya said, Rule number 1, act like a bird when you are in the form of a bird. Rule number 2, stick to this appearance, and never change into a different bird. Rule number 3, do not tear my clothes with your beak. The spirit asked, How is this setting rules? You are just making, demands. Asya said, If you have any demands, then tell me. Then the spirit said, Number 1, never, hold my body and shake it. Asya said, That depends on how you behave. Spirit continues, Also, you must bake something every day, and give your baked goods to everyone in the palace. Asya said, I can't do it every day. Spirit continues, Number 3, wait, why not? You said you like baking, so why can't you do it every day? She replied, It's because of some situation with the adults. Asya asked, Do you want me to bake because I'm good at it? Spirit replied, It has nothing to do with taste. It is part of the great mission we must fulfill. That's the reason. Asya asked, You mean baking cookies and feeding them to others? Really? Spirit replied, Correct. Although, it doesn't necessarily have to be cookies. Asya asked, Why do I have to do that? Spirit said, Because, my power is related to the senses, and this power can make spirits and humans communicate with each other. Asya said, So if I use your power to make baked goods, and if others eat them, they'll also be able to communicate with their spirits. Is that right? Spirit said, That's it. Asya asked, So, your wish is to contribute to promoting good relationships. Spirit replied, Well, there might be a greater purpose than that. Enough. You'll understand my grand plan when the time comes. Darn it. I'm doing all of this for your sake. She asked, confused, For my sake? Spirit replied, Forget it. Shut up, and just find me a place to sleep. Asya said, I guess that's your third rule, huh? She thinks, Well, after I sell the Emperor's gift, I should probably start by buying a birdcage. Suddenly the door burst opens and Riss comes shouting, Your Highness. Princess Anastasia, Riss said, His Majesty. Seeing her face, Asya thinks, Is this also my spirit's influence? The look on her face seems to be plainly revealing her thoughts. Riss said, His Majesty. His Majesty has. Asya thinks, No way, it can't be. Riss lifts her up saying, Given you permission to stay and study at the Imperial Palace until you come of age. Asya thinks, What should I do? He ended up not letting me go. Riss asked, Isn't it such great news? Asya thinks, Is it really impossible to fight against fate? I mean, the original story? Riss said, Just look at me. I was so happy that I was rude to you, Your Highness. You must be hungry. After helping you with your breakfast, I'll have to go prepare your new room. Asya thinks, So, will I end up dying here? Riss said, On top of that, your room is next to Crown Prince Alexei's. His Majesty must adore you very much. Still lost in thoughts, Asya thinks, No matter how hard I try to avoid that fate, am I destined to incur Alexei's wrath and die at the hands of Karno Neustadt? Riss, while getting her dress, said, And that's not all. Crown Prince Alexei says he'll personally prepare your room. After brushing her hairs, Riss, seeing Asya dressed in a beautiful dress, said, Oh, that dress is perfect on you. It's almost as though it was made for you, Your Highness. Riss asked Asya, noticing her expressions, Your Highness, you don't look happy. Don't you like your dress? Shall I go get another one? Asya replied, No. I love this one. You're the best, Riss. Riss said, Well, that's a relief. Riss bowed and said, Then I will go help with the preparations of your new room. She said, Get some rest, Your Highness. Asya waves her hand saying, Okay, see you later, Riss. Riss left, closing the door. After she left, Asya sighed. She said, Oh yeah, I have brownies. Nothing cures depression like sweets. Actually, I think I'll just go for a walk. She went outside, walking through hallway. She thinks, I'm supposed to stay here until I reach the age of maturity? I'll probably die before then. Just like the original Anastasia. No, I need to stay hopeful. It's not like anything's gone wrong already, and nobody hates me yet. At least for now. While walking outside the palace, she heard someone shouting, "Why? Why do I have to leave? When that scrawny girl with that puny little animal is allowed to remain?" The butler said to the boy, "Why, your highness, I am sorry." But he interrupts him saying, "Go ask grandfather again. My spirit, the spirit of rainwater is." Asya thinks, it would have been better if someone like him could have stayed instead of me. Why did it have to be me? The spirit comes out shouting, "How insolent! There's an artery here in the human body. I'll strike him in his artery and make that disrespectful child unable to ever run his mouth again." Asya whispers, "PB, you can't just come out like that." Then the boy noticed her. He grits his teeth with tears in his eyes. He runs towards her shouting, Yeah! Do you have any idea how long I've spent preparing myself for this day? How come a little dash like you?" He yelled, "You disgrace the dignity of the imperial family by making a contract with that stupid and obscure piece of dash. So how come you?" The butler who was holding him lose his hold and he dashed towards Asya. The spirit said, "Why are you just standing there? Don't you see he's coming at you?" Asya, shocked, thinks, "What do you want me to do?" He fell on her and she moves her hand to his mouth. The brownie in her hand gets in his mouth. He said, You, what did you just put in my mouth?" The butler and maid runs towards them shouting, Your Highness, are you alright?" Asya said, "It was delicious, wasn't it?" He shouts, "Are you kidding me? What did you put in my mouth?" Asya giggled and said, "It was a brownie I baked." He said, "Who would eat such garbage?" She said, "But His Majesty complimented me on the taste. His Majesty said it was really good. He even summoned me to give me a compliment, and he said he was gonna reward me." She offers him more, saying, "It was good, huh? I'll let you have another one." He said, "Cut it out. Do you really think I'd put that in my mouth, Aga?" Noticing it, he stopped. He said, "I don't want that piece of dash." She said, "It's a piece of cake that His Majesty praised." She said, "You swore just now, didn't you? You cursed at the cake His Majesty complimented." He shouts while grabbing the brownie from her, "No, I didn't." He thinks, since your father always helps us out, I'll let it slide this time. While he was leaving, she said, "Don't forget to give it to Uncle Max. I mean, to Marquis Sarantive, okay?" Another boy came saying, Dimitri, let's just. Dimitri. But Dimitri ignores him, bumping in him. Then he went to his carriage. He sits inside the carriage. Asya thinks, is it because he's a kid? He calmed right down after eating the brownie. Asya's spirit said, "You're the one who baked it. That's why it worked so well." Asya said, "Because it was delicious enough to receive praise from the emperor?" Spirit said, "Who cares what the emperor said? It only worked because you were the one who made it." Asya asked, "Do you mean that my baking can make people calm?" Spirit replied, "Yes, because your baking makes people happy. Humans feel better after they eat something delicious." Meanwhile, Riss comes shouting, "Your Highness, Princess Anastasia." She said, "Your Highness, I was so surprised to hear that you had left your room. My goodness, what's this scratch on your cheek? What happened?" Asya noticed the amethyst color and thinks, I get it now. That amethyst color means she's worried. Riss asked other maids in anger, "What happened here? How did Her Highness get this wound?" The other maid replied, "Well, after hearing the news that Princess Anastasia would be staying in the palace, Prince Dimitri got so angry that he ran at her and..." Riss asked in anger, "Then, were you two just standing there and watching?" Noticing a red color now, she thinks, it switched to a dark red color. Riss must be very angry. Asya said, "Riss, I'm fine. Besides, I flicked him on the head as revenge. Can we go now, please?" The color fades away. She said, "You did that, Your Highness?" Asya replied, "Yes. But more importantly, you know what? I can't wait to see my new room." Riss asked, "Shall we go and take a look, Your Highness?" She replied, "Yes." While walking through hallway, Riss said, "You shouldn't wander around by yourself, Your Highness. I was going to go get you once the room was ready." Asya said, "Don't worry. What could happen within the palace?" Riss said, "But something just happened." Asya replied, "Oh, you know how kids can get." Riss sighed and said, "You're still a child as well, Your Highness." Asya giggled. Then she opens her arms saying, "Riss." Riss hugged her. Then smiling she said, "See? You're still a baby, Princess Anastasia." While holding Asya in her arms, Riss walks towards room. Asya asked, "Are we almost there?" Riss replied, "Yes, it's right here." They entered the room. Seeing the room, Riss said, "The room is very large, isn't it?" We're going to bring in more furniture to fill this space. For example, display cabinets, console tables, and chairs with beautiful carvings. Things that will suit you well. Asya glanced and said, more furniture? But I think this is plenty. Noticing a door, Asya asked, what is that door over there? Riss replied, that door leads to Crown Prince Alexei's room. He specifically chose this room for you so that you can visit him whenever you want. His Highness is looking forward to meeting you. I suppose you two will see each other when your studies begin tomorrow. She asked, what? She gets startled and said, what studies? Besides, he'll find it very boring to study with me. Riss said, oh, Your Highness, you don't have to worry about that. She said, His Highness was the one who first suggested that you two study together. Oh dear. Are you sure you weren't seriously injured earlier? Asya flopped down thinking, he's looking forward to meeting me? Why would the future emperor want to study with me? I'm certain that he intends to keep me around so that he can observe me closely. That way, he can decide whether or not to kill me. Asya thinks, no matter how much I think about it, I just don't get it. Is there even a class that my cousin, who is next in line to become emperor, and I can take together? I have no idea what he's thinking. She went to his room and the butler said, His Highness is waiting for you. The door opens and she enters as butler said, Your Highness, Princess Anastasia has arrived. Alexei said, Anastasia? Have you arrived? She said, Crown Prince Al. He interrupts saying, You don't have to address me like that. I'm still the Crown Prince either way. She thinks, how cold. I understand that he has no choice but to hate me, but does he really have to treat me so coldly? He's the one who suggested we study together, but he's reading his book without even looking at me. Well, I have no choice. I should try a little harder, she tries to say, then Prince Al. But he interrupts again, Prince? There's no need for such formalities, Yen, she said, Alexei. He flinched and turns towards her. She said, You don't want me to call you the Crown Prince, and you told me not to address you as Prince either, so… Oh, do you not like Alexei? Then, how about Alosha? Meanwhile his professor came. You, Crown Prince Alexei? He said, Never mind. Please come in. Professor said, Now, shall we begin today's lesson? After the lecture she went to her room and fell on the bed exhausted. The spirit asked, What are you so worried about? She said, I don't know what to do from now on. Did you see him earlier? During the entire duration of our class, Alexei didn't even look at my face once. And I don't understand why His Majesty decided to make me stay. The spirit said, What else could the reason be? It's because he recognized what a great and mighty spirit I am. She shouts, If I at least knew my home address, I would just run away. All I remember is that there's a village nearby. The spirit shouts back, Why would you sit up so abruptly? She looked under her bed. She picks a golden and white box. She opens it thinking, My secret fund for the trip back home. Will I ever be able to use this? Why did he make me stay? I really miss home. Asya starts sobbing and said, It's not like I wanted to remain here, but my cousin hates me for that. How unfair. The spirit asked, Your cousin? You mean the first grandson of the landlord? Asya said, Yeah. He's my father's brother's son. By the way, BP, why do you call His Majesty the landlord? Spirit replied, What do you mean? It's because he owns this vast land and has people farm it. Asya giggled and said, I mean, he's not wrong. The spirit said, It seems like the grandson is afraid that you may inherit the landlord's property. He asked, By the way, aren't you sure that the grandson hates you? She replied, Didn't you see him look at me with those super cold eyes? Spirit said, I'm not sure. That rude young creature from yesterday is the one who hates you. I should have taught him a lesson. Asya said, I know that, but obviously Alexei also. Then she remembered her encounter with Dmitri. She said, Yes, that's it. She went to the kitchen. She peeks inside. Pavel comes and picks her up saying, You little rascal, you just ran away while I was gone the other night. She said, Pavel. She said, I didn't run away. Something urgent just came up. He asked, What urgent thing could have come up for a kid like you? She replied, But everything turned out fine with the cake. Pavel put her down saying, Don't get me started on that. The cake went to His Majesty. She asked, How did you know that? He replied, The attendant told me. His Majesty ate the cake. Aren't you the least bit scared? She asked, Did he say anything else? Meanwhile she thinks, He didn't tell Pavel that I'm a princess, right? Pavel said, I was too busy giving him a beating to hear anything else. She thinks, then again, if he knew who I was, he wouldn't have grabbed my neck just now. He said, His Majesty left a note saying that he enjoyed the cake and that we had nothing to worry about. I almost forgot to tell you. Anyway, since His Majesty liked your cake, feel free to come back to the kitchen and bake whenever he requests a snack in the future. Hearing this, she gets excited. Really? He said, with my supervision, yes. It's fine since His Majesty usually only asks for a snack once every other month. Asya said, then, let me practice in your kitchen. He replied, fine. But first, you should rename the cake. She asked, you don't like Pavel chocolate? He said, are you kidding me? She said, okay, then let's go with Asya's chocolate cake. He asked, Asya? She replied, you always call me a little rat, so I'm not surprised that you don't know name. Asya has been my name for around 10 years now, she said anyway. Let me use your kitchen today, Pavel asked her. By the way, didn't you say that you'd never ever set foot in my kitchen again? She said, no one can predict the future. Remember when you said that you would never bake desserts? And now, we're baking something using my recipe again? He asked. What kind of kid retorts back so well? He said, ahem, I thought you were going to practice. What are you making today? She said, that's right. We have chocolate left over from yesterday, right? He starts sweating saying, well, like I said, that chocolate had been left untouched for a long time in my kitchen. She asked, but, he said, it's been a real headache for me up until recently. But I thought if it was used according to your recipe, it could be a useful ingredient. So last night, I tried making this and that. She asked, and, he said, I used it all up. She said, there's nothing left? Fine. She thinks, it seems like you can hardly find any decent chocolate in this world. No wonder he thought the cake I baked yesterday was so special. So he used up the rest overnight. Since an entire bag of sugar is also gone, he must have eaten plenty of sweets. Her spirit said then, are you going to make something savory this time? She said in her mind, yes, I'd better make something that can replace a meal. She said, I need flour, a bit of salt, cheese, and bacon. And some mustard powder, butter, and milk, too. She thinks, if chocolate is rare here, they may not have baking powder either. Maybe they don't even have baking soda. She asked Pavel, do you have anything that makes cookies rise? He asked, you mean yeast? She said, that's for bread. He said, such a thing doesn't exist for cookies. That just shows how pointless confectionaries are. They have no history. She asked, what was it that His Majesty complimented? Oh, wasn't it the cake I made? She asked, so, what was that about the history of confectionaries? He said, they have a history, a very long history. She thinks, if chocolate is a new ingredient, and there's no baking powder yet, is this world roughly the equivalent of Earth's 18th century? If so, I guess they wouldn't have baking powder. How am I supposed to make scones then? The spirit said, if they don't have it, make it yourself. She said, Pavel, do you have some sort of powdered medicine for heartburn? He asked, are you feeling unwell? She replied, it's not for me. Anyway, do you have it? He starts looking for it saying, give me a second. Then he gives her the medicine saying, this is from the imperial chemist. He got it out of Lake Beckel. It's a rare medicine, okay? Why do you need it? She puts some of powder on a paper and then tastes it. She thinks, this is it. This is baking soda. To my knowledge, since baking soda is neutralized when mixed with an acid, it used to be used as stomach medicine. She said, oh, and what about those dregs that are left in the bottom of bottles of old wine? He asked, you mean tartaric acid? She said, yep, that's it. He asked her, these are baking ingredients? Are you serious? She replied, just watch. Meanwhile she thinks, stomach medicine and tartaric acid. If I stir these two ingredients together, it can create the same effect as baking powder. But I'm not sure of the exact ratio. Spirit said, mix 1 part baking soda and 2 parts tartaric acid. Add 1 part starch to act as a cushioning agent. She whispers, wow, you really are a recipe book. I recognized that it was baking soda right away when I tasted it. Was that also because of the power you gave me through our contract? Spirit replied, yes. Asya said, then, what should I give you in return? I mean, it's a contract after all. Spirit replied, it's not about giving and taking. We all live together. What is there to give and take when we are already exchanging words? She mixed the ingredients. After completing, she said, done. Pavel asked, what's this? She said, I guess you could call it a magic powder. It makes cookies rise beautifully. She said, well, I think I should name it first. Spirit said, PB powder. PB powder. She said, okay then. Let's call it PB powder. I made a lot, so you can also use it later, Pavel. Pavel, still confused, asked, the mixture of my antacid and wine dregs goes into cookies? She said, try it and you'll see. Pavel said, give it to me. I'll do the cutting and handling of the fire for you. She asked him, by the way, which spirit did you make a contract with, Pavel? He said, my spirit? It's the spirit of swords, she said. Is that why you're so good with knives? After making cookies they said, done. Pavel asked, how did they swell up like this when they weren't even fermented? Did my medicine really have some special effect? Then he picked the cookie. He tasted it. He gets surprised by its taste and said, it's delicious. She asked, Pavel, can you pack each of these separately for me? He asked, why? Who are you going to give them to? She said, well, I'm not sure if my cousin will like it. I saw him for the first time here at the palace, but he seemed to really hate me. Pavel starts laughing and said, ha ha ha. You've got the right idea. Kids are suckers for tasty treats. Asya said, it's not as simple as you think. She said, he must have spent his entire life eating super fancy food. I don't think these simple snacks will soften him up. He asked, if your cousin has eaten fancy foods all his life, why haven't you? Never mind. Feeling awkward, he said, these are totally scrumptious. I'm sure that kid will like them, too. I mean, they're really decent. No matter what kind of fancy cuisines he's had all his life, good food is still good food. So, the clock bell rings and she thinks, it's already 5. She rushed to leave with some cookies with her. Pavel asked, Hey kid, what about the rest of these? She said, they're all yours. She thinks, great. This is my secret weapon. I'm sure this will melt Alosha's cold heart. Anastasia thinks in her mind. Introducing baking powder when we don't even have baking soda in this world yet would be a huge kitchen revelation. It would definitely sell like hotcakes. But to sell a lot, I'd have to make a lot. Would I need a factory to produce it in large quantities? She looked at the funds collected so far, 3 buttons. She groaned thinking, should I work a little harder while I'm in the palace? If I spread the word that it's magic powder used by the imperial chef, I might be able to attract investors. Then, I could set up a factory and make enough money to build a decently sturdy house. On top of that, I'd have more time to spare, and more people to hang out with, right? Mom and Dad wouldn't have to worry about their daughter not having any friends. And if I still have extra money left over, maybe I could even open my own patisserie. But she quickly rejected those thoughts. No, I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. I should focus on adapting to my new life at the palace. Right now, the most important thing is Alexei. Then she went to his room with the cookies and knocks it. Knock knock. But no one responded. She wonders, is he not in? Then she came again and again, 1 hour later, after dinner, before bed. But no response came. She tried to peek inside wondering, isn't the room next to mine Alosha's? She thinks, how can I give this to him? Should I wait and give it to him during our lesson tomorrow? Suddenly the door creaked open. She quickly turns. A knight came and asked, what are you doing, Princess Anastasia? Looking at him she thinks, have I been knocking on a stranger's door all day? But Riz definitely said this was Alosha's room. She asked him, who are you? He replied, my name is Cyril Shunin. I am His Highness's guard. May I ask what brings you here, Your Highness? She said. Oh, I just came by to see Alexei. The guard smiled and said, His Highness is studying now. If you have a message for him, I will pass it on to him. She presents him with the W bag of cookies and said, actually, I'm not here to talk to him. I just wanted to give him this. If he's studying, I won't interrupt him. You eat one, and give the other to Alosha. The guard complied. All right, Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness. Then he left, closing the door. Anastasia drooped her shoulders, looking sad. The guard went to Alexei and put the bags on table. Alexei asked, what's this? The guard said, I sensed something behind that door a moment ago, and it was Princess Anastasia. When I told her you were studying, she asked me to deliver this to you. Alexei asked, Anastasia? She just sent me this one thing? The guard replied, yes. What would you like to do with it? He smiled. I'll eat it now. The guard pulls out an endel and said, then allow me to check it with a silver needle first. Then he checked the cookies with the needle for poison. Alexei recalled, following the time I made a contract with the Spirit King of Fire, there have been several spirit ceremonies, but I was always lonely. All I wanted was a close family member within the palace. But the only things the others gave me were fear, grudges, envy, jealousy, flattery, and hatred. But she was different. Her eyes were. As he was thinking, he mumbled aloud, just like those of a kitten standing right in front of a puddle. The guard asked, pardon? He replied, nothing. Can I eat this now? The guard said, yes, it's safe to eat. Then he added after a pause. By the way, the maid said she stopped by 4 times today. Alexei asked. You mean Anastasia? To give this to me? Did she say where she got it? The guard replied. I didn't ask. Shall I go and check? Alexei picked up a cookie and thinks, is she trying to flatter me? No. If that were the case, she would have brought me something fancier, more expensive, he said. No, there's no need. Then he took a bite and the cookies were delicious. 1 week later, Anastasia asked her spirit while walking to Alexei's room. It seems to be working. Don't you think so? PB replied. What do you mean? She said. Don't you think Alosha is becoming a little less cold toward me? I can't say he likes me, but at least he seems to hate me less now. I was trying hard not to be disappointed even if he had thrown it away, but I think he ate it. She thinks in her mind, great, I should just keep convincing him that I'm only interested in baking, and when the female lead appears later on, I'll cheer for her with all my heart. Upon listening to her, PB said, as I said, the landlord's eldest grandson has never. But this stopped as the door started opening to Alexei's room. She gets surprised. Huh! I didn't even touch the door. Alexei peeked from the door and said, Hi, Anastasia. For some reason, I had a feeling you would be out here. That's why I opened the door. Anastasia froze. So this, she anxiously mumbled. This is for you. She thinks in her mind, I always delivered the snacks through Cyril, so I never expected to see him in person. Alexei grabs the snack from her hand and smiled. By the way, Anastasia, I noticed that you always ask Cyril to deliver things to me, even though we live right next to each other. She looked startled. Oh, it's because you're always busy. I've been trying not to disturb you, he added. So I wondered, does Anastasia hate me? He reached for the snacks as he said that. What is he talking about? She thought, stunned. He's the one who avoids me, and now he's making it seem like I'm the bad person. No, I don't, she blurted out. I was just afraid of interrupting you. He squeezed her hands together. That's nonsense, Alexei said gently. My little P, it seems like you are rather doubtful. I'm not a little P, and I'm not doubtful either, she snapped. He said. I'm serious. Making time for you is not a distraction for me. But I wasn't trying to play with you, Alosha, she added quickly, then winced, as he gets confused upon hearing that she thinks, I didn't mean to say that. The look on his face, is he disappointed? I mean, she stammered. It's not like I wanted you to play with me. I just hoped the snacks would cheer you up, and maybe you would smile at me a little, Alexei said. But I always smile at you. Not that kind of smile, she muttered. I'm talking about a real smile. After saying that, she regretted it. Oops. Not again. She shoves the snacks to him and quickly said, what I'm trying to say is, eat this and study hard. I'm really sleepy, so I'm going to bed. She dashed off after saying that. Alexei stood there grinning while looking at the snacks. The next day, Anastasia went to Knight's training ground, where she was peeking from a wall. What do you think, PB? She whispered. Will Alosha kill me? You've been asking that since yesterday, PB replied. Where in the world did you get that idea? I don't know, she said. I can't stop thinking about the blunders I made yesterday. While looking at him, she thinks, training in the morning, studying in the afternoon, reviewing and contemplating in the evening. Does Alosha ever rest? He studies and trains from morning till night. The future emperor sure is busy. Just then, Cyril appeared. Princess Anastasia? What brings you here? She replied. Oh, Cyril? Why are you here? Alosha is over there. I only escort His Highness at night, Cyril said. He doesn't need anyone to guard him during the day. His spirit, Fafnir, has the power of fire and the sun. That makes him stronger than anyone else in the world during the day. By the time he comes of age, he'll be invincible at night too. Then she replied. But that means he doesn't have to practice so hard, right? Like you said, during the day, he's strong enough. And at night, he has you. Suddenly, she noticed his hand looking sour. Oh, his hand, Cyril said. The Spirit King of Fire is so strong that His Highness has to train both his mind and body to control its power. Besides, Cyril added in a lower voice, since Fafnir lost its contractor once, its power is somewhat unstable. Then he gasped as he realized what he had said. Looking at him, Anastasia thinks, it seems like he said something he shouldn't have. I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. All right. Cyril, take this. Anastasia handed him a small package. These are scones made with dried fruit and almonds. I thought you'd be hungry around this time. One is for you, And the other is for Alosha, he asked. Where do you keep getting all of these snacks? She replied. Huh! I made them. That came as a shock for him. He asked, startled. You made them? She smiled. Yes. I love baking. My family is poor, so I've never seen so much cream and butter in my life. It gets me so excited that I can't stop trying to bake this and that. So I thought it would be nice to share the snacks I made with Alosha. Cyril paused, then knelt in front of her and asked, Do you like Crown Prince Alexei? She replied. I'm not sure if he likes me very much, he added. I want to know what you think of him, not what he thinks of you, she said while fidgeting. My parents say they can't come right now, and the only family I have here is my grandfather, but I can't just go and see His Majesty whenever I want. That means I only have Alosha. I don't dislike him, Cyril asked. Is that so? She added. Still, what's the point if I'm the only one who feels that way? He replied. That's not the case. You are also the only family His Highness has within the palace. He always smiles at you, doesn't he? She asked. Do other people believe that? What you're saying about Alosha? He thinks for a moment then laughs. Still, you are the only person in the palace that His Highness smiles at, she said. That's because I bring him scones. It's like someone smiling out of surprise when a bird brings them a flower. Upon hearing that, Cyril tried to stop himself but laughed. Excuse me, he said, flustered. Then she said, You're always nice to me, Cyril. You can have two, and you can leave one for Alosha. After receiving that, he said, Thank you, Your Highness. 1 week later, Alexei was practicing bow while Anastasia watches. He asked her, Are you bored? She replied. And no, not at all, he asked. Then, do you want to try shooting an arrow? She replied, intrigued. Yes, I'd love to. All right, Alosha instructed. Hold the bow right here, straighten your back. Now, maintain that pose and pull the string back. She tried but couldn't, so Alexei said, I think you might still be too small to do this. She huffed. I'm going to grow soon, he teased. You're the size of a pea right now, so does that mean you're going to grow to the size of a kidney bean by tomorrow? Then he demonstrated a shot. She gets amazed. Alosha, he replied. All right. Aren't you hot? Thanks to Fafnir, the fire dragon, the imperial palace is warm all year round. That's why people feel the heat much stronger when they're near me. But even when you're close to me like this, you don't seem to get very hot. Then PB whispered to Anastasia. Of course not. That's because I am stronger than Fafnir, she whispered back. Pipe down. If you really are stronger than Fafnir, that will make me a threat to Alosha. She thinks in her mind. I'm not interested in the throne at all. I just barely managed to get a little close to him. I don't want to grow apart. What answer can I give him to make him feel less anxious? She said. It's only natural that your attack doesn't work on one of your allies, he asked. What? She replied. I guess you've never read a novel before. You must have always been too busy studying. No matter how powerful a wizard's spells are, they always only work on enemies. You can never use magic against an ally. After hearing that, he smiled at her but covers his face. She teased him. You smiled. Alosha, you just smiled, he said. I always smile, you know, she insisted. Please don't hide your face. Please? She tugged him, insisting. He said. Asya, stop. Stop. As she continued, he abruptly shouts and pushes her away. I said stop. She plopped to the ground and thinks. Gosh, I didn't know he would push me so abruptly. It's not a big deal though. Alexei was looking shocked and disappointed. While looking at him, she thinks, but Alosha, is he scared? She said. Alosha, are you angry? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, he said. I must not get angry. Then he turns and said, I'm not angry. I didn't mean to push you like that either. I'm so sorry for hurting you. After saying that, he started walking away. Anastasia chased her, asking, What do you mean by that? You must not get angry? Wait, Alosha. He rushed and grabs his hand. He said to her, Although I made a contract with Fafnir, the fire dragon, my power is unstable. The fact that I am emitting heat now is proof that I can't keep my power under control yet. If I lose control over my emotions as well, we never know what might happen. I'm sorry, Anastasia. Then he sets himself free from her grip and left. A servant rushed to follow him, calling, Your Highness! Your Highness! Then PB appeared and whispers to her, TSK, humans are so foolish. She asked, Is that true? How does that even make sense? If he wants to control Fafnir's power, He must not cry, laugh, or get angry? Her spirit replied. You're right. That makes no sense at all. Like I said before, the heat coming from his body is all because Fafnir is overly excited. By the time he comes of age, he will naturally gain the power to control his spirit. She remembers. There definitely was an instance when Alosha lost control of himself. That is why the imperial family searched the entire country to find the female lead who had the power of stability, she said. It's because of Fafnir? Then, what's the point in Alosha trying so hard to bottle up his emotions? Her spirit said. If the contractors become strong enough, they may be able to handle their spirit's power better. But other than that, I don't see a point. If you wish to help that boy, keep baking and feeding him like you have been doing, she said. Come on, this is a very serious situation, her spirit added. Or you could stay right next to him all day long. Upon hearing that, she fell in thoughts. After concluding, she rushed to Alexei's room and burst open the door. She was huffing and puffing. Alexei excused the maid to leave. He asked, Anastasia, what are you? She interrupts him and she shouts. The one who lacks control is Fafnir. He asked, confused. What? She continued. If you weren't qualified or were lacking in talent, Fafnir wouldn't have chosen you in the first place, he replied. That was because I was desperate, she explained. During my spirit ceremony, I didn't see a single person with a smile on their face. You were there too, so I'm sure you also noticed. They were unhappy because they hadn't been chosen by a spirit king. They were as desperate as you, she yelled. But you're the only one who made a contract with a spirit king, because you're qualified. Alexei gets shocked to hear that. She continued, You can't get angry? You can't even laugh when you want to? You already got mad at me, but nothing happened. It's not you. Fafnir is the one who can't control itself. Don't be afraid to laugh or get angry, Alosha. Nothing will ever happen. She stomped towards him while saying that. Isn't it obvious? Where in the world did you get such an absurd idea? He hesitated, saying, My father passed away after making a contract with Fafnir. She looks at him and saw blue fog around him. She thinks it looks like blue fog. Does that mean he's sad? He added. Back then, I was only 5. My father was a man with intense emotions. In the end, he passed away after failing to control Fafnir's power. My spirit ceremony was rushed, held not long after his death. Alexei is completely mistaken. After hearing that, she recalls the story. Now I remember. In the original story, Nikolai didn't die because he couldn't control his emotions. Since he was timid and sensitive, Emperor Mikhail believed Nikolai was unfit to ascend the throne. The emperor cherished my father, Yuri, the youngest prince who, though he hadn't made a contract with the spirit king, was the most brilliant of all his children. Nikolai died while the emperor was in the process of appointing my papa as the crown prince. Not long after learning of his father's change of heart, Nikolai threw himself into eternal flames. Papa was furious. He blamed grandfather for pushing his brother to death and left the imperial palace. Grandfather then expelled all the other princes as well. And when Nikolai's only son, Alexei, became Fafnir's contractor, grandfather named him the new crown prince. She wonders, so, does Alexei mistakenly believe his father died because he failed to control both his emotions and his spirit? Is that why he always tries so hard to suppress his feelings? She walks to him saying, No, Alosha. That's not true. Alosha is Alosha. I mean, you are different from your father. If you don't want anything to happen, then nothing will happen, he said. But ever since I made a contract with Fafnir, the palace has been. She stomped in frustration and said, That's because Fafnir is too excited. It's happy to have made a contract with you. But Alexei said, Asya, my spirit ceremony happened so suddenly. I didn't even know anything about my spirit. I thought it was the spirit of candlelight, not the elemental king of fire. It was grandfather who told me the truth afterward. He trembles, saying, And I shouldn't have cried, but... Tears started falling from his face. He cried. Looking at him, she thinks, That blue color, it's sadness. I think I can feel it clearly now. She then hugged him and squeezed him, saying, Even if you cry, laugh, or get angry with me, nothing will change. So you can cry as much as you want. Upon hearing that, he cried in her embrace. Later at night, Anastasia said to Riss, The crown prince is sick. But they say it's just fatigue, from overworking himself? That's all? They haven't even given him any medicine? The maid readied her for bed, saying, That's because no medicine works on His Highness. She puts her in bed and tugged her blanket. Anastasia said, I've heard that spirit kings protect their contractors from poison, but does that apply to medicine too? He must be in so much pain. It's too cruel to just leave him like that until he gets better. Riz smiles and said, I'm afraid it can't be helped. You should go to bed early if you don't want to fall ill like the prince. Sleep tight, your highness. After saying that, she left. While lying on bed, Anastasia thinks, is Alosha sick because I made him cry? Then she gets up and went to his room. After knocking the door, Cyril opens it. She said, I was so worried. I came back to check on Alosha. Is he still sleeping? Cyril sighed. Yes, he's asleep. If only his fever would subside. She shushed him, saying, I'll just be right in and out. She went to check on him. He was breathing heavily. She changes the wet cloth and said, Poor Alosha. Not even medicine works. So what should we do? Someone answered, Yeah, what should we do? Upon hearing that, she gets startled. Cyril asked her, Huh? What's the matter, your highness? She replied while confused. And nothing, he said. Then I shall take my leave, your highness. Suddenly her spirit emerges and shouted, You doofus! How dare you speak to my contractor without my permission? Anastasia freaked out. Then Fafnir appeared from the candle's flame and said, Oh, please, give me a break. My boy won't wake up, PB replied. That's because you're so clumsy. Handle it yourself, and stop talking to my girl. Anastasia asked, Is this Fafnir? He replied, Yes. Finally, someone who calls my name. Then he turns to Alexei and said, Oh no, this isn't the time for this. What am I supposed to do? Alexei won't wake up, she whispers. But why am I suddenly hearing Fafnir's voice? It's never happened before. Fafnir explained, That's all thanks to you. Ever since the world was divided between the spirits and the humans and darkness came into being, it's been impossible for spirits to be heard unless first perceived by their contractors. Well, that's all in the past now anyway. Thanks to you, I got my voice back, she whispers back. I'm not even your contractor. Why can I talk with you? Then PB said, The proper use of your senses enables you to initiate communication with all spirits, even ones that seem impossible to speak to. That's what makes me the greatest of all. Fafnir cut him off and said, All this time, I've been using so much of my power, but the only thing I've been able to do is look at Alexei from afar. PB shouts, How dare you? Don't cut me off, Fafnir yelled back. Can't you see that we're discussing an important matter? Back off. Anastasia covers her ears. They're so loud. Then the candlelight dissipates, and Fafnir disappeared. Fafnir said to her, Please light the candles. After she lights them, he appeared again. She asked, Can you not speak without flames, Fafnir? He replied, Of course I can. I am the great dragon, Fafnir, who controls fire. This is only because I've yet to fully adjust to the human world, she said. Anyway, I'm glad you can speak now. When Alosha wakes up later, you should explain things, Fafnir asked. Explain what? She snaps at him and shakes the chandelier. You used your power recklessly, and Alosha thinks it's his fault for not being able to control you. That's why he's been afraid to laugh or cry. Upon hearing that, Fafnir shows discretion. She urged him, Make sure to apologize properly. Be kind to him, okay? After a few moments, when she was about to leave, Cyril asked, Is it alright to keep this many candles lit while he's asleep? I'm afraid it might be too bright, she said to him. Don't worry, Cyril. Take good care of Alosha. After she gets out of the room, she went towards the kitchen. PB asked, Where are you going? She replied, To the kitchen. I can't just give up because medicine won't work. I happen to know a very good snack to eat when you have a cold. When no medicine works on Alosha because of Fafnir, will my food even have any effect? Of course, PB declared. Trust this great spirit. What are you going to make anyway? He asked. Well, something with ginger and, she said while opening the door. As she opens it, she saw Pavel. He looks towards her and asked, Hey there, little mouse. What's up? She replied. My cousin is sick, so I'd like to make something for him. He asked. Your cousin is sick? She replied. Yeah, he even has a fever. Pavel asked. Geez, does he even know that you care about him this much? She replied. Well, I don't think he does, but I can't just neglect a sick person. Then she asked him, Do you have ginger and pears? What about cinnamon sticks and peppercorn? He asked. You don't need flour today? What are you going to make with that stuff? She replied. I'm going to boil down some pears in a ginger cordial, she explained. A cordial is a fruit juice concentrate that's reduced with sugar. It's often used as an ingredient for other food or beverages, Pavel replied. You're making a cordial with ginger? Well, okay. As they were preparing things, she asked, Pavel, don't you have to go home? I was supposed to get off work 5 minutes ago. He muttered, then sighed. But I've never seen a cordial made with ginger before. As he was talking, she was got a cut on her finger and groans in pain silently. As he turns to her, she hides her finger and laughed. I won't let this happen again in the future. I'm sorry. You don't have to worry about it, kiddo. He patted her. He asked, You just want me to squeeze the juice out of this ginger? She replied, Yes. After that, we should wait for a while. Pavel, you can just go home. I'll clean up the kitchen before leaving, he said. Didn't I tell you this last time? Everything that happens in this kitchen is my responsibility. As he was squeezing it, he asked, So how long should we wait? She replied, About a couple of hours. It takes that long for the starch to settle. I'm only going to use the clear liquid. And, Pavel said, Okay. Don't worry about me going home. Then he asked, What are these pears for? She replied, Pears are also good for curing colds. He asked, Can I just cut them in half like this? She said, Yes. And do you have a cookie cutter? He replied, No, but I do have cutters for garnish decorations, she said. When it comes to kids, they eat with their eyes first, so he imagined. Your cousin must be very young, she nervously replied. Yeah. After she prepared one, Pavel said, By the way, does this look like it's saying, Please don't eat me? Just kill me, she nervously said. It can't be helped. My cousin is brave. He'll have no problem eating it, he insisted. Didn't you just say that kids eat with their eyes first? After a few moments, she instructed. Now, let's add some sugar and stir it over high heat. Pavel complied. Okay, she then said. And put some cinnamon sticks in, too. Her expression was sour. He said. Your expression makes it seem like it's actually poison or something, she replied. I really hate cinnamon. But what can I do? It's good for colds. After a while, Pavel said. It looks almost done. Try it. She tried his and shows a disgusted look. Pavel asked, What's wrong? She replied. The flavor is too strong. What if he says he doesn't want to drink it? Then PB suggested. Milk. Add some milk. So she instructed him. Pavel, let's try adding some milk. He questioned her first but complied. Milk? In here? Well, okay. After they prepared it, both of them tasted it. She thinks in her mind, This is so good. I can't even taste the cinnamon that I hate so much. Then the realization struck her. Wait, this isn't for me. I should hurry and take this to Alosha. Then she rushed. Well, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to clean up later, so you can go home now. Pavel asked her. Hey, how are you going to carry that all by yourself? When she went to Alexei's room, Cyril said, Your Highness, this is already your third visit today. She presented the ginger milk and said, I made this for Alosha. He asked, Huh, what is this? Then Alexei said from inside, Is that you, Anastasia? Come in. As she went to him, he asked, Anastasia, what are you doing here? She said, You're awake. Now that you're up, drink this. I made it for you. As he began drinking it, she said, Down the hatch. That's a good boy. Make sure you swallow every last drop. Then she presented the other bowl and said, This one too. It's stewed pears, so it's hot. Be careful. After looking at it, he said, Asya, this is... She was feeling embarrassed. I know, sorry. I was trying to make it pretty, but it didn't work out as planned, he said. No, I mean, did you make all of this by yourself? She replied. Yes. I peeled so many pears in order to make this for you. See? I even cut my finger, and it hurts. So, you've got to eat it all and get well soon. Now open your mouth, Alexei said. Could you stop treating me like a baby? She feeds him herself. As he stopped, she asked, Can you not stomach any more? But you have to eat it all, he said. I'm sorry, she then said. Don't worry. Now lie down and go back to sleep. When you wake up in the morning, have another cup of ginger milk, okay? She puts him to bed and said, Good night, Alosha. The next morning as he wakes up, Alexei said aloud, Phew. I haven't been this sick since I was a little kid. It's also been forever since someone's nursed me. Then he looks at the side of her bed. Anastasia was lying beside his bed. Alexei murmured, Anastasia. She opens her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyelids were heavy. Are you awake? Anastasia asked softly. Do you still have a fever? Alexei blinked slowly. Were you here all night? She reached out to touch his forehead. Your temperature has gone down a lot, but it still feels a little hot. I stayed here just in case your fever spiked again. Here, drink some ginger milk. She yawned as she said that. He said, You're sleepy? She replied, looking drowsy. Yeah, I don't think I can attend class today. Grandfather will scold you, he warned. Humph. It's not like I'm going to be emperor, she mumbled. You're the one who needs to take the class, not me. I don't care. I think you should skip class and get some more rest today, she said gently. I cut my finger while making this for you, so please get well soon, Alexei said while getting back in bed. Didn't it hurt when you fell? When I fell? Anastasia tilted her head. Alexei hesitated while saying, I mean. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered and jumps. Alexei, do you remember what I told you about Fafnir? Startled, he looked at her. She said, I told you Fafnir is just overexcited. That's all. It's not that you're out of control. I'll tell you again. It's all Fafnir's fault. He smiled faintly. Is that so? But Anastasia could tell he didn't believe her. He just thinks I'm trying to comfort him, but that's not my goal. She stood abruptly and quickly picks up the candle. She called out, Fafnir, what are you doing? Hurry up and apologize. There was no response for a moment. Alexei stared at her silently. Then, something flickered in the air. Fafnir's voice. I didn't know what I had to do to get you to see me, the spirit said. It was wrong of me. I didn't mean to hurt you. I swear I won't do it again. So, Asya, Alexei interrupted, his gaze fixed on her. Holding a candle like that is dangerous. Anastasia blinked, then PB burst out laughing. He can't hear it. He still can't hear his spirit. Yet, you didn't hear it. What Fafnir just said? She asked in disbelief. You talked with my spirit? Fafnir? Alexei asked, puzzled. Why yes, Alexei. It's me, Fafnir. Do you hear me? The spirit pleaded. I promise not to act so thoughtlessly again. So please, Alexei. Alexei didn't respond. Oh no, he really can't hear Fafnir. What should I do? Anastasia thought. How do I make him hear his spirit's voice? Then PB echoed in her memory. I already told you. If someone can sense and perceive things properly, they can talk with any spirit, even ones they don't have a contract with. That power comes from you, so you just have to feed him what you made. She panicked, thinking, oh. Then he just learned that I can hear his spirit and he can't. Anastasia, Alexei asked carefully. Do you hear Fafnir's voice? What is he saying? She panicked. I need to come up with some kind of excuse. He said he was sorry, she replied, for making the palace hot and causing you trouble. He promised he wouldn't do that anymore. He said he'd be good. After hearing that, he smiled. Did he? Alexei asked. Then, we should prepare for winter. We'll need more time, so could you keep us warm for just this winter? A spark of energy flared up in the flame. I'll do as you wish, Fafnir answered. Anastasia said to Alexei, he said he would. Alexei turned to Anastasia again. Asya, can you talk with your own spirit too? Why didn't you tell me you could do that? I wasn't keeping it a secret on purpose, she said, lowering her eyes. I just didn't think anyone would be interested in that detail. I thought it was pointless to tell anyone. She thinks I worked so hard to hide it, but it's all over now. If Alexei starts to be wary around me, she began, because I have no interest in. But he gently reassured her. I see. I understand how you feel. So you don't have to worry about anything. Later in her room, Alexei's words kept echoing in her mind. Why did he believe me so easily? What do you think sensation is? PB asked suddenly. The ability to sense something? She replied, unsure. It's more than that, he explained. It's the ability to sense, perceive, and accept something. To do all of that perfectly means to understand everything completely. And only when you can make someone else understand what you know, have you truly come to understand it yourself. Does that mean people will just believe anything I say? She asked. You idiot, PB snapped. What I meant was that you also have the ability to make people understand your true feelings. That's exactly what I meant, she said. Anyway, I'm relieved there was no misunderstanding. Well, PB mumbled. It was lucky that you were able to use the ability without knowing about it, Anastasia asked, surprised. What? Really? PB asked. Were you going to run to the landlord right away and tell him you weren't interested in that giant chair? If you want to be good at using that ability, make snacks and feed them to others. Is that all? She asked. He replied. Yes. If you can do that, you'll be able to use your ability freely and contribute to a better world. I don't think I can make that big of an impact, she said, smiling. But I'm sure more sweets will make this world better. I'll forgive you for taking my ability back, PB asked. Who said I took your ability back? The next day she went to meet Alexei, but he had something more urgent. He told Anastasia, "Grandfather is calling for me. I'll be back soon." Waiting for him, Anastasia sighed. When is he going to come back? He's the one who invited me for a tea party. Her eyes drifted to a book nearby. By the way, what is this book? Is it Alexei's? I guess I can take a look, right? She reached for it. Lumen Vassilis? She read the title aloud. Suddenly PB spoke. You sure like shiny things? She asked. Huh? What? You know, PB continued. That place has a mine. A mine where you can dig up clear objects that sparkle with white light. Meanwhile, Alexei was with the Emperor. The Emperor asked him while looking at the documents. So, what do you say? Alexei replied. As for Sertei Niline, I heard the vice captain has been leaving the captain's position open, waiting for him. The Emperor said. That's right. It's already been 10 years. And now he suddenly wants to return to his old post? After a whole decade? How shameless, he asked Alexei. What do you think? Should I accept him back? Or shall I kick him out? Alexei began. Although I haven't met him in person, Sertei fought alongside you on the battlefield for a long time. He contributed greatly to the establishment of the northern frontier as it stands today, Your Majesty. I believe 10 years is far too short a time to forget his contributions. The Emperor pressed. Is that all? I thought you'd already know, but if you don't, let me tell you. 10 years ago, my youngest son married his only daughter. They eloped, leaving everything behind. I also heard he severed ties with his daughter at that time. Alexei smiled. I am aware of that, grandfather. The Emperor raised brow. And you still believe he should return? Alexei asked. Grandfather, what was the reason he severed ties with her? I heard it was because she neglected her duty as a knight by developing feelings for her future lord. That shows how faithful Sertei is. Why would a man like him have any motive other than to serve you? The Emperor said thoughtfully. So, you think I should trust his loyalty? That would be too naive, Alexei explained. But we do still need a captain for the Order of the Tingnis. Soon, the Noctis elves will send their peace envoys, and I'm sure they still remember how dauntless Sertei was on the battlefield. With him standing at our side, they won't dare think of betrayal. The Emperor asked. Is that all? Alexei smiled. What other reasons could there be? The Emperor said. I see. You may leave now. Later Alexei told Anastasia. She jolted and asked, What? We're getting land from the elves? Alexei took a sip and said, Since they lost the war, the Noctis elves promised to give us territory as war reparations. We need to choose from the options they gave us. I've been thinking about it. Do you have any region in mind? Suddenly she remembered her spirit's word. A mine where you can find clear objects that shine with a white light. And you know what? They even have pink ones too. Then she points at a region on the map. Alexei asked, Is there anything good about this land? She replied, Not that I know of, but I don't think there are any disadvantages either. I hear the white birds that live on the hills are beautiful. Then she asked him, Is there anything special about the other regions? He said, Not really. Actually, they're all pretty much the same. That's probably why the elves are letting us pick freely. She pointed. Then, what about here? Lumen Vassilis, because you can dig up Dia Hup. She gasped as she realized what was she about to blurt out. She thinks in her mind, Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. There's no explanation on the map, and the elves don't know about it either. What if he asks how I got the information? Alexei asked. Then, shall we pick that place? She asked, shocked. Can we? He said. To be honest, I was already considering that land anyway. My spirit seems to like it too. She gets surprised. Huh! Alosha, can you talk with Fafnir now? What did he say to? He replied. He said he'd wear a suit made of red silk for the triumphal ceremony. She complained. Alosha, are you making fun of me? But he asked instead. What are you going to wear, Anastasia? She shouted. Nothing. I won't wear anything. He gave the book he was reading to a maid while saying, I'm afraid you can't do that. It would harm the dignity of the imperial family, and people would laugh at you. Well, I guess I should prepare a dress for you. You said I'd be able to talk to my spirit soon, so I made a little joke. Are you mad at me? She pouts. He added, By the way, Anastasia, since you helped me decide which land to choose, I'd like to give you a present, she said. You said you'd give me a dress, he replied. That's just what I want to give you as your cousin. She thinks for a moment then asked, Then, can I go home? I mean, I do like living in the palace, but I left something at home. She fidgets as she asks. Alexei asked surprised. What did you leave there? A stuffed animal you sleep with? A bunny? Or a teddy bear? She remembers. All I have at home are some weird cotton lumps that my dad made, but, she said. It's a unicorn, he told her. I'm afraid you can't go home unless grandfather gives you permission, but I can get you a unicorn toy, she replied shocked. No, you don't need to do that, he insisted. Please accept it as an apology for not being able to grant your wish. And if there's anything else you want, feel free to tell me. She felt defeated he won't budge. Anyway, my mouth is always getting me in trouble. I guess there's no way I can turn him down. She wonders, what do I do? Then she remembered and asked, Then, can I have a birdcage? Alexei asked. Do you want to keep a bird? Then I'll go catch a white bird too from Lumen. She cut him off. No, I'm good. All I need is a cage. No more presents. End of story. Now, just eat the scones. They're delicious by themselves, but they taste even better with jam or cream, like this. Then he smiled and asked, Asya, do you know why grandfather called for me so urgently? She replied oblivious. What? No, why? Alexei told. The former captain of the Order of the Tignis wants to return to his old post. Then she puts jam on a scone and started eating. Huh! Freshly baked scones. They're so delicious. They're perfect with cream and tea as well. Then he asked, Anastasia, don't you know who the former captain is? She wondered, why is he asking that? Was he an important figure in the original story? I don't remember him, so he must not have been very important, he asked her again. Have you heard his name? Tei Niline? She replied. No. Alexei hesitated while saying, Well, Anastasia, actually, he's a very distinguished man who fought alongside His Majesty in battle. And he's Princess Irina's father. In other words, he is your grandfather. At first she replied, I see. He must be an amazing person. But soon she realized, my grandfather? She dropped the scone in shock and rises up from her chair. She thinks in her mind, I didn't even know he existed. And besides, isn't this bad for me? Several years earlier, in the palace, one night Anastasia's father was calling for Alexei. Alexei woke up rubbing his eyes and said, Uncle Yuri? He hugged him and said, I won't be able to see you anymore, Alexei. The only son of my brother, my dear nephew. I love you, Alexei said. Anastasia, your parents. I don't think Uncle Yuri and Aunt Irina will come to the palace. You probably won't be able to see them until you leave the palace. Until then, wouldn't it be nice for you to have someone filling in for your parents? But she replied, Oh well, Alosha, for me, the only person I need is you. Upon hearing that, Alexei spills the tea he was drinking. She continued, Even though he's my grandpa, I've never heard about him until just now. I don't know who he is or what he's like either. If he's not returning because of me, then it can't be helped. But if it's because of me, can you call it off? He insisted. But he's your grandpa. Don't you want to see him? He's your family. She smiled. I have you, Alosha. You're my family. I'm not lonely at all. Upon hearing that, Alexei felt touched for a second. He extends his hand towards Anastasia but quickly retracted. He said, Well, I'm afraid we need him anyway, for the peace envoys. He stopped his hand by squeezing it. She said, Then it can't be helped. Then she offered, Here, have some scones, he said. I believe your grandpa will be nice to you, but if he isn't, then tell me right away. She asked, What are you going to do about it? He ate the scone by grabbing her hand and said, I'll have to tell him to be nice to my little sweet pea until she grows up to be a kidney bean. Later the palace came in uproar as the knights returned. People celebrated, hooray. The heroes are coming. Carno Neustadt. They defeated the Noctis elves, hooray. While sitting inside besides Alexei and the emperor, she wait for them. Anastasia thinks, It's so loud. Even though they're cheering from outside the palace, it sounds like they're right inside. Alexei pulled her close and asked, Anastasia, are you surprised? She replied, And no, I'm just nervous. Aren't you nervous, Alosha? He replied, Well, to me, this triumphal ceremony feels more like a reunion between me and an old friend. Since he's my friend, he's also your friend. You should think of it that way. She shudders thinking, Think of Carno as my friend? No thanks. That sounds more like a nightmare to me. Then the emperor asked, confused, why she is calling him Alosha? She replied, Yes, your majesty. Alosha said he didn't want me to call him His Royal Highness, brother, or by his full name. He said he only liked the nickname. Isn't that right, Alosia? The Emperor said. Is that so? Anastasia smiled and said, Alosia, I'm Asya. It's short for Anastasia. Try saying it, she insisted. Asya, come on. Say Asya. He felt shy but still took the courage and said, Asya. Upon hearing that she thinks, gosh, I'm getting emotional over nothing. Then PB whispered to her, why didn't you tell him earlier that you wanted to be called Asya? She shunned him. Be quiet. He actually stopped talking, so that came as a surprise for her. Then, suddenly, the door creaked open. Then she realized, wait, it's not just PB. She looked at the person entering and realized that he's Karno Neustadt. Finally, their eyes met. As the knights kneeled, the Emperor announced, for your contribution against the Noctis Elves, you shall be given. Come forward, Commander-in-Chief. In the audience present in the throne hall, Pavel was also present. He was shocked to see Anastasia besides Alexei and the Emperor. Looking at his shocked face, Anastasia thinks, I guess I should explain this to him later. The Emperor asked Karno, how is Ekaterina doing? It has been almost a decade since I last saw her, he replied. Grandmother is doing fine. It would have been much harder for us to win the war if we didn't have her help, the Emperor said. I guess she's still vigorous. Do you come bearing no message from her? As there was no response, the Emperor stepped up saying, I suppose I can imagine what she would say. It was indeed a long war. Well done. May the spirits all across this land bless our heroes forevermore. As the ceremony ends, Anastasia thinks, I guess Alosia and Karno will catch up with each other now. I'd better hide somewhere and not interrupt them. As she was leaving, she tripped and stumbles. She panicked. My shoe! I'm falling? But Alexei caught her from falling. She looked at him and said, Alosia, Alexei said with a soft smile. Oh dear, it seems like your shoes don't fit. I'm fine now, Anastasia reassured. But he still lifts her up. She gets flustered at his gesture. Alosia, he smiled and said, since you're hurt, let me take you to your room. Then a maid came and said, Your Highness, please let me take care of her, Anastasia said. Alosia, I'm really fine. I can go by myself. But he doesn't stop. There. Then a person approached him. Long time no see, Your Royal Highness. I was busy during the spirit ceremony, so I wasn't able to greet you then. Alexei replied with a sour expression. Long time no see, Marquis Shapirokin. Anastasia thinks, observing the atmosphere. In the past, even though Alosia wore a smile on his face, she thought he was somewhat cold to her. But this time, he seemed a lot more frigid. The Marquis said, How have you been? And please, I wish you wouldn't address me so formally. After all, I am your uncle, Alexei replied. Since you're my uncle, I should be all the more respectful to you. Thanks to your consideration, I have been doing great. Asya has been a good friend to me. Marquis glares for a moment, then leans to Anastasia. I believe this is our first time meeting, Anastasia. I'm Valery, your father's older brother. I heard that you're mature for your age, or something like that. Ilya has spoken a great deal about you. Valery? Anastasia thought. He's the one who eggs me on in the original story, she said. It's nice to meet you, Uncle Valery. Has Ilya been well? He replied. He's been fine. Although, he wasn't feeling well today and couldn't make it to the celebration. She tried to recall. By the way, who was Ilya again? Was it the boy who looked feeble? She said. That's too bad. If he were here, he could have played with me and Alosia. Is he very ill? Marquis flinched upon hearing Alexei's nickname, so he asked. Alosia? Anastasia smiles. Yes, of course. Alosia's very busy, so I can't spend much time playing with him. Then Marquis said, Do you call His Royal Highness Alosia? You seem to be quite close with him. But Anastasia, not all of the Emperor's grandchildren are the same. You shouldn't ignore palace etiquette and act so childish. But Alexei cut him off coldly. Palace etiquette is what I am expected to abide by when I am interacting with His Majesty, and it is what is expected of you when you are interacting with me. It's not something Asya needs to be mindful of when she's around me. Then he added, I'm sorry that Ilya isn't feeling well. I suppose it was a hassle for him to come all the way to the palace during the cold season. Upon hearing that, Marquis grits his teeth but still acted nice. It's not really a hassle. Our mansion is not that far from here. It's just that the child has a delicate constitution, Alexei replied. I'm glad to hear that your estate is not that far, since that means the trip home will be quick. I mean, for you, Marquis Shapirokin, he turned and said. Then I shall take my leave. He was carrying Anastasia while leaving. She asked him, Alosha, am I not heavy? He replied, You're still far from being heavy. I'm sorry. Because of me, you lost your chance to speak with the Marquis, she replied startled. No way. I already told you, all I need is Alosha, she said inwardly. And either way, I wouldn't have been happy to talk to him at all. An uncle I didn't even know existed came out of nowhere after a decade and scolded me. And what if the prince who failed to become the crown prince were to get close with that man's niece? It might not be a problem for Alosha, but Karno would definitely kill me. While walking, Alexei looked at her and smiles. She thinks, come to think of it, the way Alosha looked at me was quite sweet compared to the way he looked at Uncle Valery. Later they were having tea and desserts. While eating, she thinks in her mind, Oh, this is the best. The meaning of life is dessert. Suddenly Alexei asked, By the way, Asya, I heard that you weren't going to attend the ball tomorrow. She flinched then replied, I don't think anyone I know will be at the ball. It'll probably be boring for me, he replied. That might be true, but I'll keep you entertained. She tried to excuse. But he asked, Are you worried that you'll see something scary? She said in her mind. Yes, I am. Someone scary is going to be there. Karno Neustadt, Alexei asked. Is it because of Marquis Shapirokin? She replied. What? Oh, and no, he continued. Well, you must be telling the truth. I can tell that you had forgotten all about him until I mentioned his name. My friend will be there, too. You could say hello to him. She took a sip thinking. That friend of yours is the reason I don't want to go. Then she said, I somehow get the feeling your friend might not like me very much. Suddenly Karno entered the room. Looking at him, she said inwardly, Speak of the devil. How can he appear just as we were talking about him? Karno began. Your Royal Highness, I just heard in inters. As his gaze fell on Anastasia, she felt chills. He stopped for a moment, then coldly added, It seems like I didn't even have to mention it. Anastasia thinks, if looks could kill, he would be a mass murderer by now. Then her spirit whispered to her, Talk to that person. She panicked. What? Why should I? Karno came upstairs and said, I have something urgent to speak with the Crown Prince about. Again her spirit insisted. Hurry! Go talk to him. Chat with him. Hold his hand. And give him a hug. She gets nervous and replied to her spirit. Wait, what in the world are you talking about? She said in her mind. PB, have you lost your mind? What the heck are you talking about? Alexei said while rising up. Then Karno, shall we go outside and talk? Asya, I'm sorry, but please wait here for a minute. As Karno was turning, PB said to her, What are you doing? Hurry. Both of them went to balcony. Karno asked Alexei, What the heck was that? Princess Anastasia? Alexei chuckled. Yes. Isn't she cute? After a pause he continued, You must have had a tough time fighting in the north. Karno sighed. And it seems like things weren't tough for you at all. You look much better now. Do I really? Alexei smirked. Are you bragging about it now? Karno frowned. You're not the Alexei that I used to know. Are you his spirit pretending to be him? Or is someone else in disguise? Reveal yourself. Alexei laughed it off. Stop joking, Karno. Going back to what we were talking about. Karno continued. What was that thing? Alexei replied. That was Anastasia. She's my Uncle Yuri's only daughter. She made a contract with the Spirit of Birds and has been living in the palace since then. The Spirit of Birds? Karno repeated. And His Majesty let her stay? Alexei replied. Well, I don't know the reason for that. So Karno asked, Have you grown fond of her? He replied thoughtfully. Well, she's my darling cousin, Karno asked. And does she feel the same way about you? He replied. Yes, I think she does. Alexei's expression hardened as Karno said. Even if she does feel the same way about you, don't you think everyone around you might see it differently? That's why I was going to ask you for a favor, Alexei said. I'd like you to help her stay away from suspicious people. Of course, I'll be keeping an eye out as well. I know I've been away for a long time, Karno muttered. But have you really forgotten how I tend to make kids cry whenever I talk to them? Alexei patted his shoulder and said, You don't have to worry about that. I should get going. Asya's waiting. Karno watched Alexei go and thinks, he smiles so much now for no reason. After Alexei returned he said, Asya, sorry for keeping you waiting. Then Karno came down and while leaving he said, I'm leaving. See you. He slams the door closed. Then Alexei said while pouring tea, Asya, he doesn't have a bad nature. He just tends to worry a little too much. He worries too much, she repeated softly. Was that a worried look? Then, snapping out of her thoughts, she huffed. Anyway, I'm not going to the ball, he warned. Asya, if you don't attend the event, grandfather will scold you. Are you okay with that? She asked. He won't kill me or anything, right? Alexei said. If you come to the ball, I'll give you 2 bird cages, she shouts. Forget it. I don't need your dumb bird cages. The banquet day, Anastasia stubbornly said. I said I'm not going. Riz showed her new shoes and said, Look at these, the crown prince sent you a new pair of shoes, saying that your previous pair didn't seem to fit. As the maid puts shoes on her, she said. No, I said I wouldn't go, the maid said. Yes, I know. But you're not going anywhere barefoot, so you must put these on at once. She was fully ready but still pleaded for not going. Then Alexei came and asked, Anastasia, are you ready? She replied. I meant it when I said I wasn't going. He grabbed her hand and said, Even though I gifted you new shoes? She agreed. Fine. Just this once. While they were going towards the banquet hall, a servant said to Alexei, So this is where you've been, Your Highness. His Majesty is urgently looking for you. He turned to her. I'm sorry, Asya. You'll have to enter by yourself, she replied. It's no problem. Hurry back, Alosha. As she was entering the hall, the announcer said, Presenting, Princess Anastasia. As she came down the stairs, the chattering started among the audience. One murmured, Oh, she must be the girl who was left alone in the palace. The other, I hear she's the only daughter of Prince Yuri. Will he come back to the palace this time? Well, if he was going to do that, he wouldn't have just up and left when he was about to be named crown prince. I heard Sertei is going to return to his old post. Since she's his granddaughter, what if he... She remembers, in the original story, Anastasia meets many friends at the ball who can cure her of her loneliness. And it's no wonder she made a contract with such a fancy and extravagant spirit. And she's one of the 2 imperial grandchildren the emperor allowed to stay in the palace. But those people turn out not to be her real friends. They don't stop her when she does bad things, and they never help her in any way. That's why I didn't want to come here. Then Carno enters the hall. One of the person in audience murmured, That ominous scent is even spreading over here. Other whispered, He's a war hero. Watch your mouth. While observing, Anastasia thinks, What's going on? It seems like everyone is scared of Carno. She went to him, so he greeted her while bowing. Greetings, Princess Anastasia. This is your chance, her spirit urged. Start by holding his hand. What? Anastasia blinked. Why do you suddenly start acting like a matchmaker whenever you see him? PB replied, This is all for the good of the world. She whispered back to her, I'm supposed to hold his hand for the good of the world? Are you going to tell me to kiss him after that or something? He said, Oh, that's not a bad idea. Greetings, Lord Carno, she stammered. A voice nearby whispered, Did you just hear that? She called him Lord Carno. My goodness, someone else murmured. Then both of them stands there awkwardly. Why? Why is he standing right next to me? Anastasia panicked. She glanced over. Is he waiting for Alosha? She wondered. Carno stood quietly, expression unreadable. Indifferent. Anastasia said awkwardly. Alosha said he'd be back in a minute. His Majesty was looking for him. Carno didn't react much, so she thinks he's cold and curt. I've got to use my social skills, she reminded herself. She began. Lord Carno, do you? Please, he interrupted. Just call me by my name, she asked. Pardon? He said. It's strange for you to call the crown prince by a nickname while addressing me so formally. To be honest, he added, his expression tightening, if His Majesty were to give permission, I'd say it would be better for you to leave the palace as soon as possible. I'm sure everyone who approaches you is scheming to take advantage of you. It doesn't matter if they are your uncle or your cousin. In other words, Anastasia thought, he doesn't want me to cause trouble for Alosha by making a mistake. I get what he's saying, but... And as for me, Carno continued, you'd better keep your distance from... She cut him off. Are you saying that you're worried I might make friends who are closer to me than either you or Alosha? He asked. Pardon? Gosh, she said, smiling. We only met 5 minutes ago. If it bothers you that much, you can just be my best friend. Isn't that right? Carno replied. Your Highness, I'm being serious right now. And you really shouldn't get close to... Oh, I'm a little shy, she said brightly. I haven't had any real friends before. What do people do when they become best friends? Should we exchange diaries or something first? Your Highness, he murmured. Suddenly, There was a loud crash. The ballroom filled with murmurs and chatter. "I'll be back soon to resume our conversation," Carnos said curtly. She waved at him. "Okay, see you later and take care." "Ugh, I have goosebumps." Anastasia shivered. Suddenly her uncle appeared behind her. He leaned to her and said, But the palace is so warm." She gets startled. "Oh, Uncle Mac, I mean Marquis Serenite," she exclaimed. "You can just call me Uncle Maxim," he said kindly, patting her head. "Oh, sorry, that's what I do to my son. I don't have any daughters." Her hair gets disheveled. "Let me see. Will this be enough to help?" he asked, holding out a pretty accessory. He puts it on her and said, "Goodness, it looks very pretty on our little princess. Please accept it as my token of apology for messing up your hair, okay?" As he laughs, she thinks, he doesn't have a daughter. That means he bought this for me, even though he's acting like he didn't. She asked, Did Dimitri not come?" He replied, "Oh, that rascal. He didn't come. He said he had a stomachache, but I'm pretty sure he was feigning it. Still, I couldn't have dragged him all the way here, could I?" Maxim chuckled. "Anyway, how do you like the palace, Asya? Have you gotten used to living here?" "Alosha's been nice to me," she answered. "And there are a lot of fun things here. The crown prince is nice to you?" Maxim looked surprised. "He's never been nice to me. I've always thought there was nothing cute about him." Then he asked, surprised, "Oh, by the way, do you call him Alosha?" She puts a finger on her lips saying, "Oh, yes. Actually, I got scolded for it the other day, so please keep it a secret." He asked, "You got scolded? By who?" "Oh, you mean that jerk?" Maxim frowned. "You don't have to worry about him. Actually, you should care more about our deputy commander." "Well, I guess the crown prince will take care of that on his own." Then she said, "Uncle, I've been curious about something. Can I ask you about it?" He replied, "Of course." She asked, "You made a contract with the spirit of discernment, right? Does that mean you can clearly distinguish things from one another?" He thinks for a moment, then said, "Well, no. This power isn't anything like that. Discernment, in the worldly sense," he explained, "means to have proper thoughts or judgments about certain things even if they aren't the correct answer." She repeated, "Even if they aren't the correct answer?" He answered, "That's right. I can be sure that the power is great, but if I can't tell what it is, it's only right for me to say that it is the spirit of small birds. That is my discernment. I wanted to buy you some time, but I guess there was no point in doing so." "Uncle Maxim," came a familiar voice. "Have you been bothering Asya?" "Alosha." Anastasia turned, surprised as he approached. Alexei approached her and lifts her up. "Alosha," Anastasia called out. "I was only away for just a moment," Alexei said with a frown. "But in that time, it's not what you think," she interjected quickly. Uncle Maxim raised his hands innocently. "I didn't bother her. I swear. Wow, I'm quite surprised by how warm you are toward the little princess. You've always been so cold to your uncle." "Uncle Maxim," Alexei said flatly. Maxim said, "If I keep running my mouth, I might not be able to go home unscathed. Isn't that right, Asya?" He reaches out his hand towards her, but Alexei slapped his hand away. Uncle Maxim said, blinking, "You really scolded me," Alexei said. "My hand went up without even realizing it, Uncle. Please pardon my rudeness." "No," Maxim said, softening. "I am the one who should be begging for your forgiveness. More importantly, I have something to give Asya, but I'll deliver it to her later." "For me?" Anastasia asked. "It's from your parents Yuri and Irina. They asked me to bring your belongings to you. And," he paused, "they also asked me to tell you they were sorry that they couldn't come to the palace. This may be disappointing to you," he added gently, "but there's a reason your father can't come here." "That's fine," she said quickly. "How are they doing? I understand that they can't come, even though I miss them. They're both doing well, right? Then it's fine." Upon hearing that, Maxim gets stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. "Yes, they're doing fine." "Of course they are," Maxim said with a grin. "If they aren't, I'll go give them a good scolding. Then I shall take my leave, Your Royal Highness, and take care, Asya." As Uncle Maxim walked away, Alexei turned to her. "Asya, shall we go get some fresh air?" While walking, he said, "It took me a while to speak with grandfather, and you were being held hostage by our uncle in the meantime. Even if he's your uncle," he added with a frown, "if he ever harasses you, you should leave, okay? Why were you just waiting there until I showed up to rescue you?" "Humph, I don't remember asking you to rescue me," she huffed. He puts her down at the edge and asked, "Are you sure nobody bullied you?" No, except, she hesitated. Uncle Valery, I mean Marquis Shapirican, glared at me from behind. Well, come to think of it, he wasn't exactly wrong, she admitted. I shouldn't be calling you Alosha all the time. I guess I should call you Your Royal Highness. I told you, Alexei cut in firmly. You don't have to care about what he says. And don't you dare call me that, she said. But when I first called you Alosha, you gave me the death stare. Alosha chuckled. Haha, Asya, you're so silly. She blinked. He's smiling. It feels warm. This color. I guess it means he's happy? Okay, I'll take back what I said, she replied, grinning. Instead, you have to grant me a wish, he asked. What is it? She said. This ball is so boring. Can I go back now? I feel like the longer I stay here, the more annoying people like Uncle Valery will approach me, he said. Then I'll call for your maid, she denied. No thanks, I can go by myself. Okay then, Alexei relented. I thought he would put up more of a fight, she thought as she turned. But that was kinda easy. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow, Alosha. She jumped down from the edge and started running. As she was dashing, Alexei glanced and calls for Karno. He was standing near. Alexei approached quietly. I heard that the commanders picked a fight with you, he said. Did everything get settled? There was nothing much to settle, anyway, Karno replied. He asked, by the way, how did it go? Asya didn't cry, did she? Karno looked thoughtful. Maybe she doesn't know about my spirit. Then he asked as Karno began walking. Are you leaving now? Karno replied. I have no interest in parties, he pressed. Then, can you make sure Asya makes it safely to her room? Karno raised a brow. This is the second time you've asked me to do that. I told you to watch her, Alexei argued. But Asya ended up getting harassed while you were gone. Karno looked down, then gave a slight nod. As he was leaving, Alexei said, I knew you'd do it for me. A voice called from the hall. Your Highness, are you out there? Yes, Alexei answered. I'm coming in now. Anastasia went to kitchen straight from the party. Are we in the kitchen? PB asked, glancing around. Yes, she replied. I need something to eat. I guess the food for the banquet is being prepared in the main hall. I was worried there would be people in this kitchen, but nobody's here. She stepped further inside, wondering. Is Pavel over there? Helping. Suddenly Pavel returned and calls out. Your Highness? She turned to him. He called out in shock. Are you really? He stepped up asking. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, Princess Anastasia, why didn't you? She replied. I told you. When we first met, I introduced myself as Anastasia Yurievna K. Rus. You just didn't hear my surname properly because you were too busy screaming. You should have told me your last name, your full name, Pavel argued. She replied. I said I told you, he snapped. Why didn't you tell me again after that? You've had so many chances. We made scones, sugared pears, ginger cordial, and so much more. Okay, I get it. She raised her hands to cover her as saying, I understand you're sorry. Ugh, enough of that, just let me use the kitchen. She glanced over at the counter. By the way, what's with those eggs? You have so many. And you're wearing such a strange outfit. Your Highness, Pavel said carefully. I'm afraid that's not what's important right now. And I know you're not used to seeing me like this, but how could you call it strange? My feelings are hurt. I left the ball early because it was too boring, he admitted. Oh, you too? She asked, surprised. He asked, did you do the same? I was hungry. She nodded. Skipped dinner and couldn't eat anything at the banquet. Can I use some of those eggs? Yes, Pavel replied. I got these from the banquet hall kitchen. They said they had plenty left over. Wow. I can't believe I finally have a friend who'll share his eggs with me, she grinned. Then, let's make some sandwiches, she suggested. We can use the mayonnaise we made the other day. What are you going to put in the sandwiches? He asked. Let me see, she mused. A bit of salt, sugar, pepper, cream cheese, and mayonnaise. I guess we're going to use all the mayonnaise we have left for the sandwiches, he noted. So, shall we make more of it this time? While we still have enough eggs. And this time, she added firmly. Let's make it without condensed milk, he asked. Then we just need canola oil, wine vinegar, and eggs, right? I'll whisk this time, Pavel said. You looked like you were about to cry while whisking the other day. I told you, it wasn't me, it was the whisk, she huffed. That's a high-end whisk, he defended. You mean this bundle of twigs? She raised a brow. It's made of the finest wood from the said Boyer estate. It's been refined and processed. Someday, she muttered. I'll switch that old-fashioned whisk with a new one. Let's save the mayonnaise we made today until tomorrow, he said. We can use the leftovers from the other day for the sandwiches, she suggested. I feel like this would be tastier if we had some thinly sliced cucumbers salted and washed off, but I'm too hungry to do that right now. So this is good enough. Here's your bread, Pavel offered. After she prepared it, Pavel said, I've never seen a sandwich like this before, she asked. Really? Isn't it tasty? He questioned. How did you come up with this? She hesitated. I saw it in a book, he asked. What book? She excused. Well, I can't remember what it was. Then I bet it didn't come from a book, Pavel teased. Does he think I'm a genius? She thought. But the book I saw it and doesn't exist in this world. And how am I supposed to tell him I've been getting help from my spirit? Anyway, this is so good. This egg salad sandwich. She beamed. Chef Marka. A voice suddenly burst in. I've been looking for you all over the ballroom. An excited noblewoman approached. Ever since I heard you use my gift in such a marvelous dessert, I've been eager to express my gratitude toward you, Pavel said. But it's already been a year since you gave me that thing. And I heard that you've already named it, she added, clasping his hands. She came close to her and continued. I don't know how to repay you. That item had been such a thorn in my side for the longest time. Pavel avoided her gaze and said, Actually, I'd like to advise you not to buy that kind of thing again in the future. By chance, she interrupted. Do you have any plans to distribute the cake through an exclusive channel? Could you at least have a look at the draft of the contract? Pavel blushed, face turning red. He quickly backed off, covering his face. He said, Baron Sarato, please calm down. As for the cake, maintain your dignity. I can't do anything about the cake, Pavel said. So why don't you leave? But Anastasia stopped her. Wait, she said to Pavel. Let's just have a look at the contract, Pavel, he began. What? But Prin. She stomped onto him to make him stop. The rumor about the cake has already spread among the gourmets, Sarato continued excitedly. The chefs and the nobles are all dying to try it. Cake? What cake is she talking about? Anastasia whispered to Pavel. The first thing you made in my kitchen, Pavel whispered back, explaining. I practiced making it and gave it away to the servants, Baron Sarato continued. So, what I'm suggesting is, you should make many more of that cake and sell them. Have a look at this contract, Sarato insisted. Everyone in this city would be in a frenzy to taste it. The scrumptious cake that even got praised by His Majesty. Pavel looked at the contract and asked, So, are you going to open a patisserie? She replied. Of course. How would anyone sell a cake without opening a shop first? Pavel imagined in his mind. So, am I the top chef here? Anastasia asked, playfully. A 10-year-old princess, imperial head chef? You might not know this, Pavel said seriously. But I'm afraid I can't open a business outside of the palace. Oh, I understand. It would be hard for you, the imperial head chef, to start your own business. Sarato nodded sympathetically. This is the list of pastry chefs who could make the cake in the patisserie. Anastasia took a look at it and asked, So this patisserie will exclusively sell the chocolate cake, and these pastry chefs are going to make it once we hand over the recipe? Exactly, she confirmed. That's why we're offering you a down payment of 10 million karus, and we'll give you 30% of the profit, excluding the cost of labor and materials needed to run the shop. If you think about it, since the average living expense of a large, middle-class family is 50 million karus for the duration of a year, 10 million is a large sum of money. Nah, Anastasia said flatly. Forget about it. You want us to sign this for a measly 10 million? It's not just any ordinary cake, Anastasia snapped, crossing her arms. The success of your southern trade route depends on it, and you're only offering 10 million karus? She let out a dry laugh. Ha! Ha ha! Baron Sarato blinked. Why are you suddenly bringing up the trade route? Oh, please, she scoffed. The only thing you care about is your chocolate selling well, not the cake itself. Am I wrong? She looked momentarily stunned, but recovered. Of course I can't say that's not important, but what really matters to me is selling the cake and making all of us rich. All of us getting rich doesn't sound so bad, Anastasia admitted, arms folded. But the cake won't sell if it doesn't taste good. And if someone like you who hasn't even tasted it, is offering to market it for us, well, it just seems like you have ulterior motives. I haven't tried it myself, no, Sarato confessed. But so many people have said it tasted fantastic. Whether the cake is good or not, once it becomes known as the dessert praised by His Majesty, rich nobles and merchants will want to try it, Anastasia said. If it really tastes good, it'll sell like wildfire. And even if it doesn't, they'll try to reproduce the recipe anyway. But, Satoru said, firm and unwavering, there's no way it tastes bad. The imperial chef made it, and His Majesty complimented it. And yet, Anastasia added coolly, you're offering a measly 10 million karus to get your hands on the recipe for the cake praised by the emperor himself? As I said, 10 million isn't a small sum, Satoru replied, trying to stay composed. And people don't usually even buy recipes in the first place. Then we don't need to bother selling ours, do we? Anastasia turned to Pavel. Wouldn't you agree? That makes sense, he said quickly. Ha ha ha. Satoru laughed nervously. But if you don't sell it now, people will study it. They'll figure it out eventually. Study what? She interrupted. The cakes we made in our kitchen? But we're not making any more. Why not? Satoru demanded, panicked. Why wouldn't you? Why would we? She said bluntly. We're not selling it here. And even if we do make it again, it'll only be served to His Majesty. The rumor spread because Pavel gave a few away after practicing, Anastasia added. He's not going to do that anymore. Satoru's face paled. Anastasia continued. Then, are you going to ask His Majesty something like, could you please tell me what was in that cake? Then how about 20 million karus? She offered desperately. Anastasia nudged him. Pavel, is that tempting to you? Pavel gave him a flat stare. Once the chocolate cake gets popular, sure, your chocolate will sell really well. But without the chocolate cake? Anastasia leaned in, voice low. Would your southern trade route be alright without it? Satoru swore under his breath. Damn it, that would ruin everything, she whispered to her, crying. I'd end up jumping into the Vice-Gata River. Anastasia leaned in closer, whispering with a mischievous grin. You know what will save you? Our fantastic chocolate cake. 50 million karus, she cried. Anastasia shouted. Deal, she added with a smile. But if you hadn't bought the chocolate in the first place, we wouldn't have been able to make the chocolate cake. So how about 30 million karus, and in return, we want half the profits from sales. What? Satoru gasped. You're the supplier for the raw materials, Anastasia said. You'll still make a huge profit, so you should at least give us that much. Satoru stared at Anastasia, then slowly turned to Pavel. Who is this girl? Is she your spirit? A spirit of contracts? A protector of merchants? Or maybe the spirit of chefs? He replied. Don't be silly. He glanced at her and introduced her. She's the one who first made the cake, the youngest Princess Anastasia. Satoru blinked. Oh, come on, chef. Stop joking around. That's not funny at all. Pavel's expression didn't change. Her face paled further. Chef Mark? Which part of what you said was a joke? He replied. None of it. Upon hearing that, she let out a scream in panic. After that, while returning, Anastasia's found. Karno Neustatter? Looking at her, he said. It seems like something fun happened to you. What brings you here? She asked cautiously. He replied. Why do you ask? Am I not supposed to be here? I'm scared. She mumbled, averting her eyes. He said. Please let me walk you to your room. She asked. What? But why? Then the words rang inside her head. You could just be my best friend. That's what best friends do, he said simply. She replied. I didn't really mean it when I said that. He added. Besides, Crown Prince Alexei asked me to escort you. Please come with me. As they were walking, Anastasia asked. By the way, how long were you waiting for me? You should have just told me you were here, he replied. But you were in the kitchen, she urged. You could have just come in and told me. Are future dukes not allowed to enter places like the kitchen? She teased. Karno looked slightly uncomfortable. Well, never mind. He shrugged it off. Then she asked, Lord Karno, did you leave the ball early too? Yes, he replied. I'm not fond of such events, she said. But they're throwing this event for you, he told. Yes. For killing so many people. Anastasia's expression fell. Why is it so difficult to have a normal conversation with him? There's nothing fun about watching people realize who they invited to their party after they've already invited him, Karno said flatly. What kind of person is he? She asked softly. He halted and then looked at her. He didn't answer, and said, Never mind. Is that your habit? She asked, saying never mind halfway through talking? Again he doesn't respond. Then she offered a sandwich. Do you want to try this? He asked. What is it? She replied. An egg salad sandwich I made a little while ago. In the kitchen you refused to enter. He refused. No thanks, she insisted. Oh, please. He reaches for it. If you insist, I'll try it. He's just holding it, she thought. Well, I guess nobles don't eat while walking. When I get to my room, I'll let him borrow my basket after I take all the other sandwiches out. Is this your room? He asked. Yes, she said. Thank you for escorting me. As he turns, she remembers. Oh, I should give him the basket. She stopped him by grabbing his sleeve. Wait. That didn't sit right with Carno. He instinctively shoves her away, so she fell down. She stared, dumbfounded. She sobbed, thinking, hasn't this exact same thing happened to me before? Her thoughts scrambled as she looked down at the sandwiches lying on the ground. I was going to give this to Riss. Tears welled up in her eyes. As she looked up, Carno was looking shocked. She thinks, I was the one who got knocked over, so why does he look so shocked? There was something strange in his expression, something unfamiliar, the color in his eyes, the way his mouth hung open. She hadn't seen this side of him before. I was just going to lend you my basket, she murmured, so you could carry the sandwich in it. I see, he said after a pause, his voice quiet. Then she said, I guess you were surprised when I suddenly grabbed you. Not at all, he added quickly, bowing his head. I am deeply sorry, Your Highness. Do I grab people too easily? She wondered, a sad thought slipping in. Why do they all keep pushing me away? Her hand clenched around her dress, and why does it hurt so much? No, I understand, she said, sniffling. Anyway, thank you for escorting me. Take care. She said that while turning and then left. Carno stood there stunned for a moment, then left. Later she was in bed feeling sick. Her spirit said, I can't believe how weak you are. That's just because I'm still growing. She shot back, puffing her cheeks. What do you mean? He echoed, confused. She said, I'm growing a little more every day. He raised a brow. You're growing, she explained. When a small acorn gets bigger and bigger until it becomes a tall oak tree, that's called growing. You do even know that? My body is growing like an acorn right now. He tilted his head, skeptical. But you're human, not an acorn. Are you expecting a branch to sprout from your head? He flew away saying, Anyway, since you're sick, you should get some rest. Too tired to stay awake. Maybe I'll sleep just a little longer, she thought, her head starting to droop as she sat in bed. But just as she closed her eyes, she sensed something that color. Had Alosha come? Your Highness, someone whispered. Are you sure this is all right? She thinks, this is too embarrassing. I'd better pretend to be asleep. It's only proper for me to visit my cousin when she's sick, Alexei said gently. I'll take care of her for a while. You can wait outside. Yes, Your Highness, the attendant replied before stepping out. Asya, Alexei said softly, sitting beside her. As she flinched, he asked, Are you awake? She hesitated, then nodded faintly. I woke up just a minute ago. I only let you go because you said you'd be fine on your own, he said, his voice laced with concern. But now you're sick? I guess I can't let you go off alone anymore. She blinked at him, unsure how to respond, then asked, By the way, why are you here? I came to check on my cousin, he said, reaching out to squeeze the wet cloth and putting it back. She asked, genuinely worried. I know medicine doesn't work on you, but what if you catch something from me? He replied. Then I'll just eat the food you make for me, she mumbled. That might be better for my health than medicine anyway, he sighed, trying not to laugh. Oh dear, this little pea's going to shrivel up and die before it becomes a kidney bean. If you get better soon, I'll give you a prize. I don't want another birdcage, she muttered. He said. Then I'll give you something you actually want, she replied. In that case, I want sugar. Sugar? He echoed. And butter, she added. He repeated. Butter. Her vision was getting blurry as she was saying it. Then she fell asleep. The next day, the maid checked on her. Your Highness, are you all right? You look pale. What happened to your cute little face? It's just because I've been lying in bed, she said, giggling. Riss replied, worried. You've been ill for 3 days. You should eat something. Please wait, I'll bring something right away. She thinks in her mind. She doesn't have to do that for me. Then another voice rang out, nervous and breathless. Lord Carno Neustadt has come. She jolted upright. What? He stepped inside without hesitation. What would you like me to? Oh my! She blurted out, looking at him. What brings you here so early in the morning? He came with flowers. I heard you were sick, he said, his tone as blunt and calm as always. How are you feeling? Actually, I'm not feeling well at all. She gets straightened. I have a fever, I'm coughing a lot, and my ankles and wrists hurt. I came to apologize for my rudeness the other day, he said. I apologize for interrupting, a maid stammered. But I'll take the flowers and put them in a vase. Why is she trembling so much? Asya wondered. She said, It's fine. Give the flowers to me. Carno held out the bouquet. She said, I know I gave you trouble. I grabbed you without warning, but I didn't expect to be pushed back like that, he said firmly. I will stay by your side and look after you. Of course, if that is what you want, she quickly said. Sounds great. Later she gets ready to head out. A servant whispered nervously, Are you sure you'll be okay? You're not feeling well. And on top of that, you're going with Lord Carno Neustadt. I'll be fine, she said cheerfully, already halfway out the door. See you later. A few moments later, while they were walking, Carno said, You're coming to the kitchen with me? I hope you don't regret your decision. Anastasia took a step forward, then winced sharply. Ouch, my ankle. Carno was suspicious for a moment, then he offered, Shall I carry you on my back? That would be great, but, she replied, showing pitiful expression, I'm afraid I'm too heavy. It's probably too much to ask, right? Still, she couldn't help but glance at him, tempted. Although, my ankle does hurt. It's no problem at all, he replied simply. I think I weigh about as much as a bag of wheat, she joked. Are you sure it's fine? I don't want you to hurt your back. He stared at her, and then kneels in front of her, showing his back. I insist. She blinked, surprised. Is he really going to carry me? It was meant to be a joke. Ugh, whatever, she muttered. And just like that, he lifted her onto his back with practiced ease. She murmured, a little stunned. I guess you're stronger than I thought, he asked. Really? She said. Yes, I'm impressed, he replied. I'm also impressed by your willingness to humiliate yourself just to cause trouble for me. What? I'm the one who's impressed, she fired back. By your willingness to strain yourself just to humiliate me. Well, came a familiar voice, dry and mocking. Her spirit appeared and vanished into her dress. I knew you were weak, but now you can't even walk by yourself? Besides, he went on, you hated it when I told you to hold his hand, but I see you'd rather be carried on his back instead. That's not true, she whispered to him. I'm just trying to make him suffer. By the way, her spirit added, changing tone, you're on your way to the kitchen, aren't you? What are you making today? I'm making dacoits, she huffed. They entered the kitchen, and just as she entered while carried by Carno, Pavel's eyes widened. Why, Your Highness? Why are you being carried on his back? Are you hurt? But when Riss came to take the soup, she didn't mention anything about your legs being injured. What's going on here? Oh, really? She said, unfazed. Maybe Riss just missed us. Turning to Carno, she said, And I suppose this is... Say hello to him, Pavel. This is Carno Neustadt. He's going to be helping me today. Pavel gasped upon hearing that. She continued, Carno, this is Pavel, the head chef of the Imperial Grandchildren's Palace. I hope you two will get along. Pavel froze upon hearing that. She said, Pavel, we need egg whites for today's. Lord Carno Neustadt. Pavel's voice trembled. Why would you bring him to this kitchen? I can help with anything related to cooking. No, Carno's going to help me too, she cut in. Pavel, please prepare the egg whites, almond powder, and sugar. Carno stepped up. What can I do for you? Start by washing your hands, she instructed, watching with faint amusement as he carefully followed her lead. He looks so weird holding that whisk, she thought. You'd think he was born to do anything but that. What should I do with this? He asked. Whip it, she said. Until it gets foamy, he asked. You mean, the egg whites? She instructed. Yes. Stir it until it becomes stiff like cream. Don't stop fast, or the bubbles won't form. If you go this slow, it'll take a year, she teased. Why, Your Highness? Pavel called nervously. I can make the meringue. Please, let me do that for you. You stand over there, she replied, dismissing him. Carno's doing it. She glanced again at Carno. I don't see why people are so scared of him. Honestly, they should be more scared of me. I'm a princess. You're good at mixing the batter, he said. She replied as she started. I told you I like cooking, he asked. But didn't you say your wrists were hurting? Ouch. She winced. She handed over the bowl. I guess you should do this part for me, Carno. Later, as the sweets cooled, she offered. Carno, since you helped so much, I'll give you some. No thank you, he replied, stiffly formal. She pouted. Wow, another one of your habits, huh? They're not poisoned or anything. We made them together, you should know that. I'm not worried about that. He paused as she suddenly cried out. Oh gosh! Ow, my wrist hurts. She exaggerated dramatically. He sighed. If you insist, I would be glad to eat them. She turned to Pavel. What about you? Don't you want any? You usually taste what we make right away. Here you go. What? Pavel reached for the treat she offered only for Carno to snatch it from her hand. She asked. Hey, why did you take the one I was giving to? I'm thirsty, he said flatly to Pavel. Could you bring me something to drink? Oh, sure, he replied, dashing off. As he left, Carno's expression softened slightly. Please don't be so harsh to him. What do you mean? This is delicious, she muttered. I'm not talking about the taste. Carno turned his gaze to her. Since it seems like you don't know about my spirit, I'll explain it to you, Your Highness. I know about it, she said without hesitation. It's the spirit of death, isn't it? He flinched, then hesitated, asking. You've known that? Suddenly she observed a violet color from him. She wonders, what color is this? Surprise, awe, a miracle? She gave a smile. Well, your spirit is famous. Who in the Empire doesn't know about it? She added, trying to sound nonchalant. You knew, all this time. And yet, he stopped himself. Never mind. It's just, people usually avoid me. Anastasia's spirit murmured from within. Foolish humans, I can see what kind of life he has led so far. They don't leave behind anything meaningful, yet they're terrified of dying. And the one he made a contract with isn't even the spirit of death. Anastasia gets stunned upon hearing that. What? She thinks. Carno didn't make a contract with the spirit of death. What? She stared, stunned. The thought refused to make sense. But before she could speak again, a loud clunk broke the silence. Your Highness? Pavel's voice cut in gently. I brought some iced tea. The air in the kitchen felt oddly tense now, like something unspoken had shifted. She turned toward Pavel with a smile. Thanks for letting me use your kitchen. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed the drinks he had made. I have something important to do, so I'll be leaving now. Bring those with you, Carno. You promised to carry me on your back all the way to my room. You want me to carry you while holding this plate? He asked, holding the plate. She huffed. Just follow me, then. You don't have to carry me. As they left the kitchen, she turned and called back. Pavel, I'm sorry for taking all the snacks. Let's make them again some other time. It's fine, Your Highness. Please take care, Pavel replied. Once they were outside, Carno spoke up. Didn't you say you had urgent business to take care of? Why are we out here? They walked slowly, the steps falling into rhythm. I was just aimlessly walking around, she admitted. Anastasia's spirit murmured softly to her. I really don't understand you, little human. Isn't it only when someone is weaker than you that you feel the urge to protect, take care of, and shelter them? He is much stronger than you. I didn't even think of it that way, she murmured back. And I know that I'm not that strong. Carno shifted the plate in his hands. How long do I need to hold this for? Give it over, she offered quickly, then added in a quiet voice. It's just that. I didn't want him to stay there any longer, just in case his feelings were to get hurt, she asked his spirit. By the way, what did you mean earlier? You said he didn't have a contract with the spirit of death. I meant exactly what I said, the spirit replied. His spirit isn't the spirit of death. The spirit of death. He can kill a perfectly healthy person in a second, just with a flick of his finger. That's why people fear him. They say even his parents stay far away from him. Then what is his spirit? She asked quietly. Her spirit told. He has the spirit of time, she whispered. The spirit of time? How can that kill people? The spirit chuckled. You silly thing. If you fast forward time, anyone can die in a second. Carno, she said softly. Yes? He turned to her. Please go ahead. He started, but she suddenly shoved a piece of dacoits into his mouth. He gasped, trying to chew. Ugh, why did you suddenly do that? He yelped, she said. Try it. You made it with your own hands. I can't say I made it, he replied. All I did was whisk the egg whites. Is it good? She wondered, looking at him. Or is it bad? She hesitated, studying his expression. The color around him wasn't vivid, like a mist clouding her ability to read him. Does it taste bad? She asked. It doesn't taste that bad, he admitted. I'm glad to hear that. Do you want to take half of these? She offered, smiling. He blinked. You have only one tray. But how would I carry them? And if you're going to give them to me, give me all of them, he said casually. She replied. Wow, how shameless. I'm sure no one will want to eat them anyway, he muttered. Because I made them. But you only helped me a little bit. You just said you didn't make them yourself, she pointed out. Do you really not understand what I meant? He asked, stopping to look at her. I do understand, she said quietly. Nobody would want to eat food made by someone who has the spirit of death. She looked down. And I'm sure he's seen that reaction hundreds of times. In the original story I remember, it was just another supporting character's tragic backstory. But now that he's right in front of me, it's heartbreaking. Are your hands made of dirt or something? She said suddenly, looking up. As long as you wash your hands before making them, I don't see a problem. She turned with a huff. Anyway, you can't have more than half, so just follow me to my room. I have something to wrap them up, ACK. She gasped as her ankle twisted again. Do you want me to carry you again? Carnot asked calmly. I really twisted my ankle this time, so I couldn't help but scream, she muttered. Ouch. What happened to my ankle? Oh, right. A few days ago. I was hungry, so I made a sandwich. While I was carrying it back to my room, he cut in sighing. Ha! Let me carry you again. Will that do? As he lifts her up, she asked. Aren't I heavy? You're only about as heavy as a bag of wheat, he replied. She smiled faintly, and observed. A delightful blue color. It's clear and refreshing. That night, Carnot didn't hate that she had grabbed him. He was just startled by her touch because no one had ever approached him like that before. At Haus Neustädter's vacation home in the Imperial City, as Carnot returned, the servant greeted him. Welcome back, young master. As he approached them, they trembled in fear. You're late, Carnot, came a voice cold and familiar. I heard you stayed at Crown Prince Alexei's palace after the triumphal ceremony, his father went on. I know how generous His Majesty and His Highness are to you, but… Carnot cut him off. Now that the war is over, grandmother said she would like you two to return to the domain. She added that she would come personally to take you back if you were to resist. I'm tired, Carnot said quietly, so I will head to my room now, his father urged. Carnot, wait! But he didn't. Even my parents loathe and fear me, he thought. Alexei ordered me to speak with her and escort her, but I thought she would start crying as soon as I talked to her. Unexpectedly, he looked at the parcel she gave. Here, take this, she had said, and held out something as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Later, Anastasia was sitting in the presence of the Emperor. The Emperor asked only the butler. So, she has no particular interest in her studies? That's… The advisor hesitated. Wait, what's going on right now? Anastasia thought, eyes flicking between the voices in the room. The Emperor asked, how is her condition? Has she put on some weight? After she fell ill, she lost quite a bit, came the response. That is why we will be serving her more nourishing food. The Emperor pressed on. I heard that her ankle was sprained, the butler replied. It has gotten better after being treated. Word of my illness must have spread fast, Anastasia mused. Even the Emperor has decided to visit. But what the heck? He's only talking to the Lord Chamberlain, even though I'm standing right here. She sighed inwardly. This is so boring. How long do I have to sit like this? Suddenly she noticed the wind god's spirit approaching her, so she poked him. Then the Emperor called, Anastasia. She blinked, startled. That color, she had seen it before, when Riz was worried about her. And now, she could see it again around the Emperor. Are you really alright? The Emperor asked. She hesitated. Well, would you like to have a snack? After the maid brought the snacks, the Emperor asked, Did you also make these yourself? Yes, I did, she said proudly. The Emperor took a bite, then asked, Anastasia, I heard you left the celebration ball early. Why did you do that? She replied. That was because I was bored, and everyone else seemed so busy, he pressed. Do you find your lessons boring as well? Is that why you don't pay attention? She giggled nervously. I just feel like those should only be for Crown Prince Alexei. Can I study something else? The Emperor asked. Do you really believe those lessons are only for Alexei? She hesitated but still went on. Well, this empire is vast, its leader must be stronger than anyone else, and be able to make sound judgments without being swayed. But above all else, they must guarantee the future of their people. He looked her in the eye. You and Alexei are the ones who must take up that duty, and those lessons are the first step toward it. I understand, she said softly. But what I'd really like to know is why you're letting me stay here, Your Majesty. By asking that, he replied. Do you mean you don't think you're fit to help shape the Empire's future? She exclaimed. Yes, the Emperor asked. And you have no intention of playing that part? She replied. That's right. Then, His tone sharpened. Do you expect me, the emperor, to follow your judgment on who should rule this empire? When I have been the emperor all this time? Is he all twisted up inside or something? She thought, frowning. I'm not trying to make any judgments, she answered. I'm just telling you what I want. You keep talking about the future of the people, your majesty. The emperor asked then, what else should I care about? She questioned, what about Alosha? You're not just the emperor. You're also his grandfather. What about his future? And his feelings? You've already made him the crown prince, so why keep me around as a fake alternate choice? That can't be good for him. That came as a shock for the emperor, then he turned to the servants. Leave us to talk for a while. They bowed and left. He waited for the room to clear, then asked, then, what would really be best for Alexei? She replied, you shouldn't compare him to others. You should just love and trust him. He doesn't need the threat of being replaced to stay motivated, your majesty. He'll do better without it. I've known my grandson Alexei for over a decade, the emperor said evenly, but you seem so sure that you know him better than I do. Anastasia paused. Then, quietly, she asked, in the past 10 years, have you ever shown your love for him as his grandfather? The emperor said, above all else, Alexei and I have the relationship of emperor and successor. She argued, but that doesn't erase the fact that he is your grandson. She stood her ground. Alosha has no parents. He barely sees his relatives only during the spirit ceremony, once every few years. And even then, they all despise him, out of jealousy. She was also most teary then. She took a breath. What I'm trying to say is, I want to study something different from what Alosha. The emperor cut in. Then what about you? She asked. Pardon? The emperor said. If I'm Alexei's grandfather, I'm also yours. Don't you want anything from me? Her throat tightened. For my entire life, I didn't know I was royalty. I lived in a house that leaked when it rained, and caught fire when lightning struck. She looked away. I mean, I don't have much to ask for. So, he said, did you want to fix your house or something? She asked nervously. Pardon? What do you mean? He showed a letter and continued. Baron Sarato sent me a transaction certificate. She said she'd give you a large sum of money for some recipe. Is it for the chocolate cake you made the other day? He folded his arms. In that case, I'll give you 50 million karus. Sell it to me instead. What are you going to do with it? She asked, confused. The emperor was speechless. What? She said. You don't cook, your majesty. So what are you planning to do with the recipe? She pressed on, eyes narrowing in curiosity. I should know the reason why you suddenly want something that belongs to someone else. Could it be? Her eyes widened. Have you developed an interest in making cakes? Do you want to try baking? A hopeful smile spread across her face. Oh, then I'd be glad to help, your majesty. And you don't have to worry about what people think because it'll just look like a grandfather spending time with his granddaughter. I'll get everything ready for it. It won't just look like that. He interrupted. You really are my granddaughter. Anastasia blinked. The emperor questioned. You asked me to be a good grandfather to Alexei. So why do you keep calling me your majesty? She drooped her shoulder. Well, that's because your majesty is your majesty, she muttered. The emperor asked, all right then. Does that mean you insist on selling the recipe to Baron Sarato and not to me? In that case, I will open your account for the transaction. And, he added, taking a sip, you said you wanted to study something else. She spoke. Yes, but the emperor cut in. Then, you may study multiple things before choosing what suits you best. What? She was speechless. Will you please listen to me? And, the emperor added, the gift I promised in exchange for the cake arrived yesterday. I'll send it to you this afternoon. She tried to speak. Wait, your majesty. He said. There must be something else you want. Yes, there is, she replied quickly. All right. I'll give you a chance. His eyes gleamed. I'll grant you one wish, if you address me properly. Address his majesty properly. She murmured to herself, puzzled. What does that even mean? Your majesty, the radiant and everlasting, son of the empire. She tried hesitantly. As he doesn't respond, she glanced at him. Was that the wrong answer? There was a pause. Then his majesty's gaze shifted and he stood up. Quite some time has passed, he said flatly. I think it's time for me to leave now. She called from behind. Please take care, your majesty. Clack. She observed a strange gray aura around him. It dull and disappointed. What could that color have meant? Later a birdcage arrived for her. Well, she sighed. I did ask Alosha for a birdcage, but a birdcage made of porcelain? She turned to PB. Here you go, PB. This is the house I promise you. PB appeared. What? Do you want me to sleep on this cold, hard surface while you're sleeping in a warm and cozy bed? Then I'll ask Riz to bring some cushions to put in the cage later. Would that be fine? She offered. He shows disapproval. She asked. Or would you prefer to live inside of a button? Her spirit agreed. Okay, I like it. Are you happy now? She instructed. From now on, you are a chick. You remember your promise to act like an ordinary chick if I gave you a new house, right? PB grumbled. How did I come to make a contract with a brat like you? You're such a rotten peach. A rotten peach? She gasped and poked him. PB slapped her hand and flapped away in a dramatic tantrum. She thinks in her mind, phew, he's really throwing a fit. He'll come back soon enough. Then with the sound of clack a maid came. Your Highness, it's time to change the bandage on your ankle. As the maid caressed her, she asked, Were you playing with your new unicorn doll? No, Anastasia replied. I was playing with my birds since my new birdcage arrived. The swelling has gone down, the maid said, inspecting her ankle. But you shouldn't strain yourself, okay? She replied. Okay. Then someone knocked the door, the maid said. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. When she opened the door, the maid flinched in surprise. Anastasia followed her and peeked from behind. Riz, why are you so surprised? EK. Riz squealed after seeing someone. WH, what was that? Why was that person wearing a leash? She stammered in shock. I was so shocked that I just closed the door, Riz replied. He's the slave that His Majesty gifted to you. I heard his parents were executed for crimes during the war in the north. He was the sole survivor, Anastasia asked nervously. How can a person be a gift? I don't want to take him. Why don't we just send him back? Shush, Riz warned quickly. He's a present from His Majesty. You shouldn't say anything disrespectful about the gift. Asya hesitated, then gave in. Then I'll let him in now. She stared as the boy stepped in. That gray hair. Could it be? More importantly, something felt strange about him. She couldn't sense any emotions from him. The boy fell to his knees. Hey, what's your name? She asked gently. I'm Asya, he replied. I don't have one. She asked. You don't have a name? What were you called before you came here? He said with a low voice. SH. She wasn't able to hear. Huh? What? Did I mishear? The boy said. Trash. She froze. Aya! I can't believe this. The memory hit her hard. In the original story, it was Alexei and Carno who orchestrated Princess Anastasia's downfall, but the one who delivered the fatal blow was the slave boy she had abused. He had been called trash. And eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. Then she freaked out. Wait, who cares? How could you call someone trash in the first place? She took a breath, calming herself. No, I'm not the Anastasia from the original story, and unlike hers, I've been on good terms with Alosia. She looked back at the boy. Then, I think you should come up with a name. Now that you're in a new place, you should have a new name. She smiled. As for me, I'm called Asya back at home, but everyone here calls me Anastasia. What name would suit you? She tilted her head, blabbering. Do you have anything in mind? The boy doesn't say anything. As the awkward silence continued, she thinks, I feels like I'm a one-man band, marching all by myself while playing the drums and cymbals. Then her mind raced. She said, Ivan? Asya beamed. What about Ivan? He opens the cuffs around his neck. The boy nodded without responding. Riz, could you bathe Ivan with warm water and put him in some new clothes? She asked, then turned to him. And Ivan, could you pick some flowers after your bath? Let's decorate our table with them and eat some cookies together. Then Riz asked suspiciously, looking at her. Your Highness, are you going to the kitchen again? No, Asya called back nervously. I promised to stay put. That's what she told her, but it couldn't be helped. She really wants to bake Ivan some apple jam cookies. Later inside the kitchen, PB returned. Anastasia asked him, Where have you been? He replied, I just went to get some fresh air. Then Pavel asked, Your Highness, what are you going to make today? Today's order of business is apple jam cookies, she declared with a flourish. Let's do this, Pavel. They rolled up their sleeves. At the end she said, Now, all we have to do is put this tray into the oven. Suddenly, the door opened again and Alexei came. He asked, Asya, are you in here? Pavel gasped as he looked at him. He exclaimed, Crown Prince Alexei. Alosia? What are you doing here in the kitchen? She asked, turning to see the Crown Prince standing in the doorway. I went to your room, and your maid told me you were here, Alexei said calmly. Then the candle in the kitchen lit up and Fafner appeared. Alexei! Alexei! Look at me! Fafner's voice rang out. Asya, tell him what I'm saying. Did the room just get brighter? He asked. Oh, could it be? Anastasia sighed, so he realized. It must be Fafner. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't mention it, Your Highness, Pavel replied hastily. Then Anastasia picks up the tray to put in oven. So it was true you made all the snacks you've been bringing me, but... Alexei said, then pulls out his handkerchief. He wipes her face, saying, You're covered in flour. Just look at you. What a mess. Oh, let me finish putting this tray in the oven first, she exclaimed, carefully sliding it in. By the way, why did you want to see me, Alosha? She asked, brushing flour off her sleeves. Grandfather gave you a special gift, didn't he? Alexei said. So I went to your room because I wanted to give you a present too. But your maid said you were here in the kitchen. As he paused, Alosha, Anastasia murmured, touched. Then he lifts her up and placed her on the table. His gaze fell to her ankle, which was wrapped with a bandage slightly swollen. He asked, Did you really want to make snacks that badly, even with your ankle in this shape? It's almost completely better, she lied quickly. I'll go back to my room as soon as I finish these, so please let me get down. Then, after you finish up here, he said gently, promise me you won't come back to the kitchen until your ankle is fully healed. Can you do that? Her expression faltered. Then I won't have any more snacks to give you, he smiled. I'll live. Do you not think my snacks taste good? She asked. Is that why you don't want them anymore? He poked her nose and added, If anyone says your snacks aren't good, I'll make sure to scold them, she said. That's not the point. People like that don't deserve your snacks, he added, poking her forehead. Alosha, she groaned, flustered by his stubborn kindness. He continued poking her. That'll be a good punishment, since your snacks are so delicious, he teased. She finally gave in. Okay, after I'm done here today, I promise to rest until my ankle is fully recovered, Alexei said. That's a good girl. But just then, a smell began wafting through the kitchen, burnt and acrid. Huh! What's this smell? Alexei muttered, eyes wide. Pavel said, Let me check the oven. He opened the door and smoke billowed out. As he pulls out, he gasped. The snacks. They were burnt. She looks at the snacks and asked, Was the oven broken? Then she realized and screamed. Fafner! But it wasn't my fault, Fafner protested indignantly. The magic stone in the oven reacted to me. I didn't do anything. Fafner, you dummy, Asya muttered. You're such an idiot. I apologize on his behalf, Alexei said again. She replied. But it's not your fault, Alosha. My goodness, Pavel said, watching the exchange with amusement. Her Highness really seems to know how Fafner feels. Come to think of it, Pavel said, when I was young. Oh, right, my spirit is the spirit of swords. I used to hold a wooden sword and pretend to talk with it. Asya looked at him, surprised. Is he trying to help me? She wondered. He's covering for me in front of Alexei, even though he doesn't know I can really talk to spirits. As he went rambling on, Alexei smiled at him and said, It's not like I wasn't aware of it before, but you really are a trustworthy person. I'll be able to trust you with my food in the future. Upon hearing that, Pavel stood there stunned. Then Alexei turned to Anastasia. I don't want to keep bothering you, so I'd better get going. Please don't say that, she grumbled. Fafner is the dummy, Fafner said. I didn't do it on purpose, Asya. I'll leave Sir Shunin here, Alexei said. Tell him to take you to your room when you're done. What about you, Alosha? She asked. I'll be fine while the sun is up, he replied with a soft smile. Then turns to Pavel. And you? Pavel froze upon getting his attention. Alexei went to him, leaning closer. He whispered something only Pavel could hear. Then, I'll see you later, Asya, he said aloud and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Pavel stepped toward the oven. It seems like it's working fine now. Why don't we bake the next tray? What did Alosha just tell you? She asked curiously. He hesitated, then said, He said we should keep this between the three of us. By the way, Pavel asked, Can you really talk to spirits? Then PB whispered to her, Now I know why his older sister would beat him up when he was younger, she said. Pavel, my spirit just said you used to get beaten up by your older sister when you were young, he replied. Well, it was actually my younger sis. What? He gasped as he realized that she knew. I promise I'll keep this a secret, he said quickly. When she left the kitchen, Knight Cyril picks her up. As he was walking, he said, Briss was very worried about you, Your Highness. I'm sorry, she said quietly, and I'll apologize to everyone else, too. I'm not reprimanding you, Cyril replied gently. How could I dare to? By the way, she asked, what brought Alosha to the kitchen? I was surprised to see him. I suppose he was worried when he heard you were in the kitchen with an injured ankle, Cyril said. He rushed here as soon as he heard, she replied. Really? I guess I should apologize to him, too. Then, after a moment, he asked, by the way, how did you hurt your ankle? She giggled. That's a secret. Later Anastasia clapped her hands cheerfully. Ivan, you look really nice in your new clothes, she beamed. And I made these for you. Welcome to the palace. Ivan, cookies. Thank you, Ivan said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Asya observed him more closely, concern blooming in her chest. He's so thin. Is this how Riz felt when she first saw me? She wondered. His skin, which she'd initially thought was pale, actually shimmered faintly with a bluish hue. And why do I keep feeling like something is off? Knock knock. The door creaked open. Alosha, Asya said, surprised. What brings you here? I thought maybe we could have a cup of tea, he said, smiling gently. Or share the cookies you made. Shall we go to the bed, since your ankle is hurt? As they moved, Alexei glanced toward the vase on the table. He said, those flowers are so beautiful. Asya exclaimed. Aren't they? Ivan picked them for me from the garden. Ivan? Alexei asked. Oh, actually, he's the gift I received from His Majesty, she admitted. Alexei's expression grew serious. If anything happens, he said quietly, you have to tell me. Right away. What do you mean? She asked, startled by his intensity. He took her hand gently. No matter what it is, just tell me, all right? She nodded slowly. Okay. By the way, she added, aren't you busy today? Actually, today's the last day I can rest, he replied. The Noctis elf envoys are coming in the spring, and I'll need to start preparing. He took a sip of tea. That's why I've arranged for someone to spend time with you in my place. As someone to play with me? She said, a sudden chill crawling up her spine. I have a bad feeling about this. Starting tomorrow, Alexei continued, Karno will visit you every evening. Asya's face fell in despair. She whispered under her breath. Alosha chuckled, oblivious. Your snacks are the best. Later, Asya sat down to read a letter. Dear our little Princess Asya, I hope you are doing well in the palace. Your mama and papa miss you every day. We cannot visit for now, but we're sending your belongings with Maxim. Please understand. We heard the peace enders from the north will arrive soon. It's a joyful event, but I worry the busy palace might tire you further. Do you remember Artin Jivan, the harpist who visited us before? He'll be performing at the welcome banquet. I hope his music will comfort you. If you want to write back, ask Maxim for help. And my dear girl, please try your best not to attract His Majesty's favor. We love you so very much. Love, Mama and Papa. Asya smiled softly and took up her pen. Dear Mama and Papa, the people here are kind, and I've made new friends. I'm keeping a chick as a pet, and Crown Prince Alexei even gave me a birdcage. But I'm a little upset because my chick doesn't listen to me at all. One of my friends, let's call him Mr. Mustache, often makes snacks with me, but he seems worried lately. I hope it's nothing serious. And I have another friend, I'll call this one Sullen Violet Cloak. He always wears a grumpy look, but he's really good at whisking. I have to play with him this month, and I'm thinking about making souffle together. With Uncle Maxim's help, I'm sending you a few things I gathered in the palace. Please stay safe and healthy until we meet again. Mama and Papa, I miss you so much. Love, Asya. P.S. I'll keep the last part of your letter in mind. Love you. Then she found the things her parents sent. This is my recipe notebook, she said proudly. This is all I could ever want. I don't need anything else. She flopped down onto the bed, arms sprawled wide. Now that things have come to this, she thought, maybe I should sell fondant chocolate and PB powder. Then I could earn enough money to build a big house. One Mama and Papa could live in with me. She fell asleep. Later PB pulled her up. Wake up, voice shrieked in her ear. She asked. Oh, what's wrong, PB? He told. There's something strange in the closet. This isn't the time to be napping. Huh? When did you go out and come back? Asya mumbled, still groggy. Wait, did you say something's in my closet? PB urged her. Yes. Hurry and open it. She gets back on bed. No way. Now I am scared. You go check. Then PB pulled her more fiercely. She jolted. Hey, you're tearing my clothes, PB. Then she rise up and went to closet. Asya stared at the closet, eyes wide. The door was locked using chains, she said. I had no idea something like this was in here. Maybe that's why they locked it. I guess I wasn't supposed to open it. But right there on the handle was the key. Because humans are dumb, PB muttered dryly. Even so, this is way too obvious, she said, sliding the key in. She creaked open the door, and there was a room inside. Ivan was there sitting on bed. She gets surprised to see him. She calls out, "Ivan?" He gets down from bed and kneels in front of her. What are you doing in here?" she asked. "And no, I didn't mean to make you kneel," she asked. Is this your room?" "Yes," Ivan answered quietly. "The attendants told me to stay here." "Why is there a Noctis elf in the palace?" PB whispered to her. "The elves aren't supposed to leave the north, so how?" Upon hearing that she thinks, "What? Ivan is a Noctis elf?" PB replied, "Yes. Why is someone from that sinful race here?" Asya whispered to PB. "I heard he survived the war in the north. His Majesty sent him to me. By the way, are Noctis elves not supposed to leave the north? The peace envoys are arriving this spring." Her spirit questioned, "How can you just let one of them roam free?" "Look closer at him," he snapped. "He's not even fully elf. He's a half-elf, half-human. How can such a thing even exist?" Then she said calmly, "His parents must have been an elf and a human. That's like saying a crayfish and a sparrow could have a baby." PB scoffed. "It's the same for elves and humans. They can't interbreed," she whispered back. "Well, even if it's impossible in theory, Ivan is standing right in front of us, isn't he?" PB took a look at him using his powers and said, "My goodness! Now I understand. That thing, it's a prasti," she asked him. "What are you talking about?" "The sword of sin was shattered into 5 fragments," he explained darkly. "And those fragments are called prastis. I retrieved one. For remain, or so I thought. I never imagined one would just walk up to me." She blinked. "Wait, did the genre just change? Wasn't this a cheerful fantasy story about baking? Now all we have to do," he continued, "is fix him." She asked him confused. "Wait, what exactly am I supposed to do?" "Are you some kind of pure race supremacist?" PB replied. "Are you stupid? What I'm saying is that you need to heal his broken, closed-off heart. He's shut himself off entirely, feeling nothing, thinking nothing. And in that void, the prasti took hold. Well, to be more precise, it was the prasti that created this half-breed in the first place." She asked. "How is that even possible?" He continued. "Noctis elves have the ability to stop thinking and feeling. Even though he's a half-elf, he's still part Noctis elf. He must have developed that ability out of desperation. But now, he's lost control of that power. So how can I fix it?" she asked, tilting her head. "Use your power," PB answered. "Stay close to him, feed him, heal him through presence." She questioned, wondering. "But I already gave him the apple jam cookies. Did they not work?" He told. "That wasn't enough. Once we take the prasti out of him, I'll deal with it. Just do as I say and help me. That way, this kid will be able to get his emotions back." "Okay," she whispered. "Then let's at least do something about this awful bed first." Later she went to the emperor. The attendant stepped in with a message. "Since His Majesty is busy with his work, he asked me to tell you that you'll have to wait a little while." "That's fine," the princess replied calmly. "I'm the one who didn't make an appointment. I'll just wait here," the attendant said. "Well, Your Highness, why don't you come back later when His Majesty summons you? You never know when that might be," she said, sitting down. "I'll just wait." As she was waiting, the murmurs started around her. "Why is Princess Anastasia here?" someone whispered. "Did something happen?" "Your Highness," the attendant offered. "If you have a message for His Majesty, would you like me to pass it on?" She denied. "No, thanks. I brought him a gift as well," the attendant insisted. "I can pass your gift along to him, too," she replied. "It's fine. I want to give it to him in person." She thinks in her mind. "Do you think I won't know that you'll take this opportunity to try and look good in front of him?" After a while the emperor appeared. He said, "I heard you've been waiting a long time. Since I'm busy, hurry and tell me why you came to see me." "Try this," she said, suddenly holding out a treat. He asked, "Did you make it yourself?" She replied, "Yes. I made it to give to you, Your Majesty." "Oh no, it's happening again," she thinks, observing the emperor. "I see it the colors of disappointment and delight at the same time." The emperor cut a cookie and asked, "Are there apples inside?" "Yes," she beamed, giggling. "The apples were chopped, cooked, and candied in sugar," he said. "I didn't know apples could have this kind of texture. And the cookie is very tender as well. So, what is it that you want?" he asked, tone turning serious. You must have a reason for waiting so long and bribing me with this cookie. Her eyes gleamed as she asked. Could you do me a favor? The Emperor replied. It depends on what you ask for, she pressed on. But you already made me eat your cookie, he replied. Only half of it, she huffed. Oh, please. I'll even bake cookies with you like I promised last time. Upon hearing that, the Emperor clears his throat. He's so mean, she huffed to herself. I'm still his granddaughter. A soft voice nearby whispered. Try changing your way of addressing him. That old man is upset because you keep calling him Your Majesty. Try calling him something else, she whispered back. Who are you? If you're not going to say anything, the Emperor said, you should leave. Wait. Well. She gulped and then began slowly. Actually, Grandpa. I mean grandfather. I'm sorry, I'm not used to the proper way to address family members in the palace. The Emperor twitches and a yellow color surrounds him. Then he clears his throat. I told you to get to the point. Huh? What's with that reaction? She blinked. I'm not sure what that color means, but it looks delightful. She took a breath. Grandfather, could you make the slave you gave me a commoner? I want to have a personal attendant of my own, and it's impossible for a slave to be one. You want me to raise that slave's status to a commoner so you can use him as your attendant? He asked. But not even a commoner can work as an attendant in the palace. The maid who takes care of you. Did you know that she used to be a close friend of my mother's before marriage? She gets surprised. Pardon? Are you talking about Riss? She drooped. Then maybe we could teach him swordsmanship and make him a guard instead. The Emperor frowned. What if that slave holds a grudge and stabs you to death after learning the skills? She whispers. But anyone could stab me, without learning how to fight. She shone brightly and continued pestering him. Grandpa, please! He finally gave in. It can't be helped. I've already taken your bribe. As of today, your slave is a commoner. She jumped in joy. Really? Wow. Then again she twisted her ankle. Ouch. And fell to the ground. The Emperor quickly rises up. Are you okay? She replied. It's nothing. I'm fine. No, you're not, he said. Is there anyone out there? She tried to calm him down. I'm really fine. Then the mysterious voice said. See? It worked, didn't it? Oh, now I know, she whispered. Are you the Spirit King of Wind? The one who made a contract with my grandpa? That's right, the voice replied. Come visit us more often, he added. I suppose all grandfathers are designed to miss their granddaughters. Later Riss was taking care of her ankle. I swear, Riss, nothing happened, Asya blurted out, cheeks flushed. I just got so excited that I stood up too fast and tripped. You should have been more careful, Riss said with a sigh, helping her steady herself. Look, even your little bird seems worried, she said. I'm sorry, but it really was just an accident. His Majesty said he'd grant me a favor, and I got excited. A favor? Riss asked. I wish you could have told me first. What kind of favor you ask of him? She replied. I asked him to make Ivan a commoner. Riss's eyes widened. What? Speaking of which, she continued, I was hoping to move his room somewhere else, and maybe let him learn something he's actually interested in. Learn something? Riss repeated, skeptical. And what exactly do you like to teach him? Whatever he wants to learn, she said simply. Poetry, literature, maybe some baking with me, or what if he learned swordsmanship and became a knight? She turned to Ivan with a hopeful smile. Ivan, what would you like to try? He bowed his head slightly. I will do whatever you wish, Your Highness. Then PB whispered to her. Wait, did you just ask him what he wanted to do? He doesn't feel like doing anything. He doesn't even feel like breathing. She whispered back. Humans breathe without thinking. This I guess he should move his body. Then PB said. Wait, I said, he has no thoughts in his mind. Moving his body won't help. No, it will, she insisted. It helps clear the mind. Then she said, Ivan, I'll make you the best knight in the Empire. And I'll bake you a cake every evening after training. She thinks in her mind, finding a teacher won't be easy, but I guess Riss take care of that. After her ankle healed, she visited Pavel. Pavel, she called out as she approached. My ankle's completely. But she stopped as she saw him in despair. Pavel? What's wrong? Is there a problem? He looked pale, almost stricken. Your Highness, you came. There's a situation. Pavel exhaled shakily. The Noctis Elf peace envoys will be visiting the Empire soon, and somehow, I've been included among the chefs catering for them. But I thought that was being handled by the main palace? She asked, puzzled. And Pavel, aren't you assigned to Alosha here in Timur Palace? That's how it's supposed to be, Pavel sighed. But it's been decided the main palace chefs will handle the main dishes, and I'll be in charge of the desserts. Special request from their head chef. Isn't that good news? She asked. Pavel began. Have you heard of the Noxious period? Well, according to their mythology, the first Noctis elf rode into the north on a sacred cow. So, they worship cows. But during the Noxious period, they strictly forbid eating anything that comes from cows. No milk, no butter, no cream, no cheese, not even yogurt. She asked. And that's when they'll be visiting? He replied. Exactly. Asya said. They won't eat anything that comes from a cow. Not even dairy. Beef, milk, butter, cream, cheese, yogurt, none of it. So, they pass the job on to you when you can't even use dairy? They're obviously trying to get you in trouble, Pavel said. I'm sure that's not it, she said. You know what we should do? Let's switch the labels on the salt and the sugar. That would get us in even more trouble. Pavel replied, exasperated. She suggested, but I feel like the peace envoys might not really mind. Since they aren't supposed to eat dairy anyway, wouldn't it be fine not to serve them desserts? But I still have to prepare something, Pavel murmured. Then Asya said, clenching her fists determined. You know, if we present marvelous desserts despite the difficult situation, I'm sure we'll put those main palace chefs in their place. Let's make the best dairy-free dessert ever and present it like Tada. It's going to be so delicious that the elves will go crazy over it, and everyone will be surprised, Pavel said. Firstly, this isn't a competition. Secondly, how will we do that? She replied. I'm not asking you to compete with them. I just want to make you happy. Isn't that fine? Just wait, I'll bring you an incredible recipe. Later in her room she was thinking hard. To be honest, if we can't use milk, butter or cream, I don't really want to bake at all. PB asked her. Are they that important? She replied. Of course they are. Milk, flour, and sugar are the three loves of my life. Butter and cream are sort of related to milk, you know. But the Noctis elves won't eat any of them during the Noxious period. How can they not eat them? PB said. I mean, what can you do? They say they won't eat them, but we still have to serve them desserts. Asya insists. PB questioned her. Did you just say we? But that's the chef's duty, not yours, she said. I just feel like Pavel is being bullied because of me. PB asked. What makes you think that? She explained. I think everyone else assumes Pavel makes my snacks. Alosha didn't believe it at first either. And His Majesty and the Crown Prince praised the snacks. She flips the pages of the book and said, and I also have to learn more about Noctis elves since I have to deal with Ivan now too. After a few seconds she groaned. But I can't really grasp any of it. Noctis elves. Their main habitat is the basin called Webtoon. Their leader is selected randomly. Their skin color is bluish-grayish-brown, and they have pointy ears. They live in communion with nature. Asya flopped on bed saying, I wanted to know more about the Noxious period, not this basic information. Then she started tickling her spirit. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What are you doing all of a sudden? She said. PB, do you really think the first Noctis elf arrived in the north on a sacred cow? He said. That's nonsense. How can something like a sacred cow exist in this world? It's even ridiculous that they would think such a thing. I'm sure it was just a normal, sturdy cow. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can see how interbreeding between humans and Noctis elves is possible. They both share the strange trait of making up absurd stories. Saying that he flopped on bed. She asked, PB, why do you hate Noctis elves so much? He replied. Is there a reason why I should like those sinners? She asked, curious. Sinners? What sin did they commit? He replied. They are the idiots who divided heaven and earth, she pressed. So, what does that even mean? Her spirit said. Do you really not know a single thing about them? Last time, when I was talking about the sword of sin, you seemed to understand it right away, she grumbled. That was in the middle of the night, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to ask you. PB thinks for a moment then began. In the past, humans and spirits were able to talk to each other, without this stupid contract. But some foolish humans and spirits came up with a silly idea, that Earth belonged to humans and heaven to spirits. Based on that flawed logic, spirits were expected to leave the land, and humans were to stay out of spirit affairs. Asya asked, why did they suddenly want such a thing? PB told, it all stemmed from land disputes between landlords. She asked, landlords? Oh right, that's what you call emperors then. Does that mean they used the power of the spirits to fight over their thrones? He continued, that's right, They got what they wanted in the end. Heaven and earth were split. And at that time, it was sort of sin that divided the two worlds. She asked, how does that have anything to do with Noctis elves? He continued while thinking, well, the attempt was actually only a half success. They had to force one large and whole world into two parts, which ended up creating darkness. She questioned, darkness? He explained, imagine you tried to split a cake into cream and bread. It wouldn't work. You would just get crumbs all over the table. Darkness was like the crumbs. It joined its power with the sword of sin to attack humans and spirits, causing bloodshed all over the continent. They managed to split the sword into 5 pieces and seal the darkness in the north, but they needed someone to take charge of controlling the unstable seal. He concluded, wouldn't it only be natural for the ones who caused trouble to take responsibility? Asya asked him confused, then shouldn't it have been those who decided to split heaven and earth in the beginning? So, why are the Noctis elves living in the north now? He began, because the people who split the two worlds became the Noctis elves. While fighting against the self-inflicted darkness in the harsh environment, the bodies of the humans fused with their spirits, turning them into a new species, Noctis elves. She stammered, what? Humans and spirits fused together? PB replied, yes. How ridiculous. Those who had wanted to separate humans and spirits ended up being joined together. She questioned, but how could that have happened? You even denied the possibility of interbreeding between elves and humans. He replied, that's a totally different story. I mean, how could the sinners possibly have created a half-breed with a Prasti? It's so ridiculous that they would erase their disgraceful history and come up with a silly myth to replace it. Asya asked then, how did they come to have the noxious period? There is no such thing as a sacred cow. And the myth isn't true either. It'd be difficult to secure food in the north, and they still had to come up with a reason to not eat anything that came from cows. She forced her brain. There are only 2 reasons why people would be banned from a specific type of food. For fear of addiction or... Right. Milk must upset their stomachs. Lactose intolerance. Simply put, it refers to the inability to fully digest milk. If you are lactose intolerant, milk can make your stomach hurt. I guess the Noctis elves are seriously intolerant to dairy, so they had to come up with a sacred cow to make them avoid dairy products. Then she jumped on bed feeling relieved. Phew. I think I should tell the chefs not to include dairy in Ivan's food. By the way, what should I do? Should I use vegetable oil instead of butter to make cream? But then again, they wouldn't eat cream anyway. Then her gaze fell on her book. Oh right, I've got my recipe notebook. She flipped the pages browsing. It's hard to find a recipe without butter or cream, maybe because I love them. Then she found one. Later she was running to somewhere when she saw Carno. She thinks in her mind, Carno? What is he doing here? And the man next to him, was he the commander-in-chief in the Northern War? As she hid, she thinks, wait, why am I hiding from them? Now that we're close, I don't have to hide myself. But I guess I still get nervous around him. Suddenly Carno emerged from behind and said, Your Highness? She was startled for a moment. What the heck? I'm sure he was way over there. Did he run? She replied, Carno? Hi, it's good to see you. Then she turned to his companion. Hello, you must be the commander-in-chief, right? What brings you two to the palace? The knight introduced himself. I'm Gilhelm Elman Sharif, Your Highness. Please call me whatever you'd like. Carno said, we were talking about the peace agreement that we'll be reaching soon. By the way, where are you coming from? She sweated, saying, Me? Oh, just somewhere over there. She said inwardly, to be honest, I didn't even go over there, but I feel like I should lie. Then she asked him, Are you heading back, now that you're done talking? Carno, it's almost time for dinner. Don't skip meals. He argued, Aren't you the one who should be eating well? She replied, I eat well, I really do. He asked then, Why don't you even weigh as much as a sack of flour? She squabbles, That's normal for kids my age. Gilhelm was observing their bickering. Carno said, When he was your age, I'm sure Crown Prince Alexei weighed as much as 2 sacks of flour. Then Gilhelm said, Oh, I almost forgot that I had urgent business. Carno, why don't you take her to her room? He bowed, saying, I shall take my leave. It was an honor meeting you, Your Highness. Then, I'll be off. I'll contact you later, Carno. As he walked away, Asya said, To be honest, I haven't been anywhere yet. I was going to say that I was heading somewhere that isn't my room, but the commander, Sir Elman, Gilhelm was in such a hurry that I wasn't able to tell him. Carno questioned her, Do you always walk around alone without even a maid? She felt caught but tried to change subject. That's not important right now. I'm heading somewhere else. so we'll have to part ways. Then she looks at him and abruptly grabs his hand. Carnot asked, what's the problem now? She replied, I heard the Noctis elves are sending peace envoys to the palace, but their visit overlaps with the noxious period, which makes it hard to prepare dessert for them. And the chef in Alocia's palace has been tasked with it, so I'm going to help him. She requested, please help us, Carnot. He replied, I wouldn't be able to help. Someone who isn't a professional would only get in the way. She said, smiling, all you need to do is whisk some batter. Carnot said, I wasn't talking about myself, I was talking about Yo. Then she acted, ouch, my ankle. He gets suspicious, how come your ankle hasn't healed yet? It's not like you broke it. Her eyes gleamed as she said, gosh, my wrist too. He gave in and sighed, alright. She quickly turns and said, hurry, let's go to the kitchen. While they were walking towards the kitchen, Carnot muttered with a sigh, if I go, I'll just get in his way. She exclaimed, I'm sure Pavel is more afraid of failing to serve the Empire's distinguished guests than he is of you. And you should see him often so that you can get close to him. He hesitated, then nodded. All right. After all, you did help me out. She asked. Did I? With what? Sir Elman suggested that I lead a special lecture at the academy in Vichega. He explained. I turned down his offer more than once, but he kept asking me. A special lecture? She repeated. As a lecturer? He replied. Did you think I would be going as a student? Does that mean you're going to become a teacher? She asked, still surprised. You don't look very happy about it though, he said flatly. Why would I be happy about it? She questioned. Why not? He said. Giving speeches to people who believe they'll be killed if they get on my bad side? I've already had enough of that on the battlefield, she asked further. What are you supposed to teach them anyway? Well, probably things about war or war strategy, he answered, hesitantly. She remarked. Those sound like inappropriate topics to teach to growing children, he then said. You don't have to worry about that. Those growing children are almost twice as old as you. She asked, surprised. Twice my age? Didn't you say the lecture was for an academy? Carnot asked. By the way, why do you even care about any of this, Your Highness? After all, it's the chef's business, not yours. Because I think it's all my fault, she admitted. I used Pavel's kitchen so often that it started rubbing his colleagues the wrong way. They practically forced him to take the job. I don't think so, he replied. She narrowed her eyes. Do you know something about it? Ryus Marka. I mean, Count Petrov may be mild-mannered, but he is incredibly loyal to the imperial family, he said thoughtfully. There are always those who look sideways at him. Her mind went blank. Count Petrov? Weren't we talking about Pavel? He continued. Did you not know? Count Petrov's eldest son is the Crown Prince's chef Pavel. Really? She gasped. He told. Pavel Marka wanted to open his own restaurant, but his father, Count Petrov, wouldn't let him. I heard that's how he came to work at the palace. Oh dear, she murmured, almost teary. Now I know why he has no friends. I guess nobody wanted to hang out with a noble, he said. Anyway, my point is, the chef must have his political rivals too. If he is in trouble, it's their problem, so you shouldn't meddle in. That makes it all the more necessary for me to meddle, she snapped, determined. If people looked sideways at Count Marka for being loyal to the imperial family, that makes them the ones who are disloyal and have malicious intent. Right, she added firmly, fists clenched. I'll use this as a chance to teach them a lesson, he asked. Do you have a good idea for doing so? She replied. I'll make carrot cake. Have you tried it? As he doesn't know that, she added. Have you never seen it in the north? Are you asking me about the food culture of Noctis elves right now? He replied, baffled. I guess. I've never seen it. So they don't have it? She said, excited. Then I'll tell you how I'm going to make it. We're going to grind carrots to release their natural sweet flavor. Then we'll add some chopped walnuts. Sugared orange peel will add a sweet and sour flavor. And we'll need brown sugar to make it taste like caramel. Then it'll be done. He blinked. How is that supposed to taste good? Do you only drink water to survive or something? She shot back. Well, since I've never eaten anything like that, it's hard for me to imagine what it would taste like, he said cautiously. But if you already have a plan, hasn't the problem been solved already? But I can't add the icing, she sighed. And I'll have to try it first to make sure it tastes good, he asked. Then, are you going to suggest a cake you've never tried yourself? Ouch, my ankle! Suddenly she cried. Then they went to kitchen. Pavel was busy preparing. He gasped as he saw them. Pavel! You're going to spill what's in that bowl, she shouted. Oh, right, Pavel stammered. Anyway, I see you've brought, she filled in. You met him the other day, remember? Karno Neustadt. He's going to help us today. Well, this is my job anyway, so why would I need anyone else's help? Pavel protested. She huffed. Because you can't even pull yourself together right now, he argued. That's not true, she questioned. Oh yeah? Then, why do you have your hands in that bowl of oatmeal? Then they quickly turns towards Karno, so she realized. Then she dragged Pavel away saying, Karno, wait a moment! At a distance she whispered to him. Pavel, are you still afraid of him like you were the other day? Is it because Karno made a contract with the spirit of death? Maybe a little, Pavel admitted. She asked. Well, you're much older and taller than him. He's no match for you. Why are you so scared of him? Pavel, do you think it's right to discriminate against someone just because of their spirit? He replied. I'm not discriminating, she asked. Pavel, are you that kind of person? He replied. No, this isn't about any kind of bias or prejudice. I'm just scared. She nudged him saying, You're wrong to be scared of him. Go apologize. She pushed him towards Karno. He trembled standing in front of him. She forced him. Pavel, hurry! Pavel stammered. Sir Karno Neustadt, WL. I mean. Pavel trembled, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly Asya poked Karno and asked, Are you angry? I'm not angry, Karno said gently. Just surprised. Why did you suddenly? She offered. If you think it's unfair, you can do it to me too. She giggled as she said that. Then she looked at Pavel and he gulped. He bowed and said, Sir Karno Neustadt, about my rude behavior the other day, I'd like to sincerely apologize. Karno gets stunned for a moment. He blushed then pulled himself back. Then they shake each other's hand. Good boys, the princess beamed. You both deserve a prize. It's really alright, your highness, Karno said softly. Asya then showed Pavel her recipe book. He looked at it and said, So, this is how you make carrot cake. It really doesn't need milk or butter just like you said. Yeah, she grinned in approval. Pavel hesitated. But, your highness, I'm afraid this cake is not fancy enough? She guessed. Yes, that's right, he admitted with a small sigh. If you think about the origin of carrot cake, it's humble. Commoners who couldn't afford sugar started using carrots in their desserts because carrots are the sweetest vegetable. If you put this cake on the table for the envoys, it'd be practically the same as putting the chef on the gallows, Asya exclaimed. Maybe we can convince them? I hear Noctis elves live in harmony with nature. They keep to a simple way of life. I think I've heard that too, Pavel said, nodding. She turned to him. Then wouldn't it be better to serve them something with natural flavors? What do you think, Karno? Karno considered it then remarked. Well, that makes sense. But do you think we'll be able to get permission from the head chef in the main palace? Asya asked. What if we get His Majesty's permission? Pavel stiffened. What? She huffed. If His Majesty says yes, what can the head chef do about it? Pavel asked. Why are you suddenly suggesting that? She suggested. If not, we could just say Princess Anastasia gave permission. Wait, how is that the logical conclusion? Pavel protested, flustered. Karno warned. It's a grave crime to falsely use the emperor's or the princess's name in matters like this. She fumed. What do you mean by falsely? We'll get permission for real. Humph. If we're going to get permission, we should at least try making it first. Let's check for the ingredients. She stomped off with determination. Meanwhile, inside the imperial kitchen, an assistant nervously approached the head chef. Head chef, are you sure it'll be fine? What are you worried about? Is there anything that might go wrong? The chef asked, not looking up from his station. The desserts for the peace envoys. The assistant hesitated. Chef Pavel, as far as I know, he doesn't make confectionaries. The head chef shouts. He doesn't? He snapped. I know he does behind everyone's back. What are you talking about? The head chef stroked his mustache saying. Since he said he didn't make desserts, I thought he wouldn't have his eyes on my position as head chef. But lately, he's started making desserts. The other day, His Majesty even asked him to make one, the assistant said. Well, I heard it was Princess Anastasia who made those desserts, the chef yelled. Who said that? It's a rumor, he snapped furiously. How could Her Highness have baked cakes that didn't even exist before? She's only 10 years old. The chef exploded in frustration. Stop making me mad and get out of here. Yes, chef, the assistant yelped and scurried away. The chef sighed deeply and wiped his brow. And that's not even the real problem. Surprisingly, Emperor Mikhail had no interest in food. He didn't care for subtle or varied flavors, and he believed it wasn't proper to savor them. Being immune to all known poisons, his indifference meant the imperial kitchen was one of the few places free from spies. It was the least favored corner of the palace. Fjord had worked hard to climb the ranks, but just when he thought he'd reached the top, he realized he stood alone on a cold, snow-covered mountain. That realization devastated him. Only one person had taken interest in him, Valery, the emperor's third son. And Valery, in an odd show of comfort, had asked Fjord to surpass Pavel Marka no matter what it took. To cheer Fjord up, Valery even launched a brand of breadcrumbs under his name, but they turned out awful. Not even Fjord used them himself. How long is Valery going to keep producing those darn breadcrumbs? Fjord groaned, slamming his hand on table. And now I'm supposed to beat Pavel, who doesn't even work in the same palace? I was going to ask him about the cake recipe once he came crawling for help. Darn it. Aya! Valery! Back in the Pavel's kitchen, Asya was busy preparing the trial cake. We'll start by using coconut oil for a refined flavor, she explained. The nutty scent should go well with the carrots and walnuts, right? Pavel, she asked suddenly, have you been in touch with Baron Sayato? She's kind of busy lately, he replied. She's been preparing for the patisserie with the chocolate. Can you please contact her? There's something I need from her. Turning, she called to Carnot. Can you roll your sleeves up and grind the carrots? Please let me do that for you. Pave interjected, a little too eagerly. She blinked. Oh, really? Then, Carnot, can you grind this with the millstone? Pavel gasped as she said that. Later, at a quiet diplomatic gathering, Alexio offered a rare smile. Now that we've reached a peace agreement, you must be delighted as the commander-in-chief. I couldn't be more relieved or delighted, Wilhelm replied. It's all thanks to you and His Majesty. How can our efforts compare to your struggles in the north? Alexei asked sincerely. It wasn't too much of a struggle, Your Highness, he said modestly. Thanks to Deputy Commander Neustaedter, it didn't take much effort for us to settle everything. When Carnot Neustaedter had been appointed deputy commander at barely 15, people called it madness. They feared his power granted by the spirit of death and treated him like a plague. Wilhelm hadn't objected to the appointment, not because he wanted to remain neutral, but because he had no enthusiasm for war. Yet, the day he arrived in the north, for the first time in his life, he was thankful for that lack of zeal. Everything had gone pitch black before his eyes, and ash scattered in the wind. The fatal erosion had lasted only 30 minutes as Carnot raised his hand from horseback, giving the Noctis elves time to flee. After the bell chimed to initiate the combat, it only took 30 minutes. The most difficult part for us, Wilhelm remarked, was the cold. To think you would express the cold of the north so lightly. You are very noble, Alexei responded, impressed. I was worried about the age gap between Vice Commander Neustaedter and the other officers, Wilhelm admitted. But I guess my worries were unfounded. No one in the army dared treat him like a boy. But Your Highness, he noted gently, he still is a minor. Now that we've returned to the Imperial City, I'd like him to. Alexei cut in. Is that why you recommended him as a lecturer at Magistrorum Academy in Vichegda? Wilhelm laughed it off. You've already heard about that. He complained that he would only make the students faint during his class. His gaze softened as he said, That's why I really thought nobody would be able to get close to Sir Carnot Neustaedter. He recalled Asya. He said, I've never seen him hurry to go see someone and greet them. You must be talking about Asya, Alexei said, smiling. As you may have noticed, she is an exceptionally clever and lovely child, Wilhelm added. Since Princess Anastasia is the only person close enough with Carnot to approach him freely and vice versa, you don't have to ask me to be generous toward her. Alexei smiled. She's my only cousin. If anybody makes that little pea cry, I will never forgive them. So, don't worry. Your Highness, what are you going to do with cashew nuts and a millstone? Pavel asked incredulously, watching Asya bustle around the kitchen. She didn't pause. Cream cheese frosting goes well with carrot cake, but we can't use cream cheese. It's dairy. Even so, she said with concern, if we completely forego the decorations, it won't pass as a dessert fit for a fancy banquet. Pavel agreed. That's right, she said. So I thought about what we should do with the cake, and I've come up with an idea. We grind cashews into a nut butter, then add coconut cream to it. If we whip the mixture enough, it'll harden just enough to spread over the cake like real frosting, Pavel said, surprised. That actually sounds like a good idea, But it's not good for that person to be sitting on the floor grinding cashews like that. He pointed towards Carno. From across the room came the steady sound of the millstone. Why not? Asya asked, turning. He's doing such a good job. She dropped her voice. Are you afraid he'll kill you, Pavel? I know him quite well, and he doesn't kill anyone that easily. Don't worry. That's not what I meant, Pavel whispered. He's the deputy commander. I can hear you, Carno said flatly. Pavel froze. Eek. He can hear me. What should I do now? Ugh, I said it's fine, Asya whispered back. Let me handle it. Then she turned to Carno and giggled. Oh my. If you're listening to our conversation, you must not be working very hard, she asked. Are you finished? Carno glanced at them. Pavel was about to lose his composure. Oh, Pavel. Asya turned to him, holding a container. Is this all the coconut cream we have? He replied. Yes, we don't use it often, so we only order it in small quantities. She drooped. I'm afraid it's not enough to make frosting out of the cashew nut butter. What should I do? Then her gaze fell on oatmeal. Oh, oatmeal, Pavel repeated. Oh, oatmeal? She beamed. When you grind and squeeze oatmeal, it releases a kind of milk, she explained excitedly. It's not real milk, so the Noctis elves won't have a problem with it, she continued. Then let's put eggs into the oat milk and… Pavel asked. Wait, why do we have 2 loaves of batter? One will have cinnamon and the other won't, Asya replied. This cake will definitely be better with cinnamon, Pavel said. It'll help cover the grassy smell from the carrots, Asya said. But the Noctis elves might prefer the one without cinnamon, so… Your Highness, Carno interrupted. The cashew nuts are ready. Thank you, Carno, she said. Then I guess I should organize the recipe while the cakes are baking. She lifts her book up. Pavel glanced over. What's that? She replied, writing on it. It's my snack notebook, he questioned. Does it only have recipes for cookies and confections? Nothing else? She replied. What will you do if I have other stuff in it? I'm not asking you to give it to me, he said awkwardly. I was just thinking, maybe I could take a look. Unfortunately, she said, flipping it open. There are only recipes for cookies and desserts, Pavel asked. By the way, why do you only make desserts and nothing else? She exclaimed. That's because I like making desserts, he began. But no matter how much you like them. But she cut in. Then let me ask you this, Pavel. Why did you become a chef? You didn't even have to do anything to inherit the title of Count. And why do you not bake desserts? He paused. Well, you know how desserts are typically treated. Cooking is about making the meals we need to survive palatable and presentable. But dessert? It's not a necessity. You know what, Pavel? Asya said gently. This is a secret, but that's why I love desserts. Because they aren't a necessity. She smiled faintly as memories flickered in her eyes. Bakery cakes were special to me. A treat I could only eat on my younger siblings or my father's birthday. The cream was always a little old and crumbly, and the cheap, tin fruit between the dry cake layers would taste just like sugar and nothing else. So I wonder, why were those cakes so special to me back then? She said. Why do people place flowers on the graves of the dead? It's not like they'll bring the deceased back to life or make things better for them. Carno stared at her as she continued. Don't you think people still offer flowers knowing that because they want to comfort those who are still alive? I believe we should offer flowers to the living as well. For me, a cookie is the same as a flower. And if the cookie I made becomes like a flower to someone else, what more could I ask for? She thought, determined. That's right. Someday, I'll make snacks so delicious that not even my worst enemy will be able to deny they taste good. No matter what it takes, I'll get Carno to say that something I made is tasty. Soon the cakes were ready. They stared at them excitedly. Then she snapped out of it. Wait, this isn't the time to be standing around like this. We need to put the cashew nut butter frosting on top and try it. Pavel took a bite and lit up. I've never had such a delicious carrot cake in my entire life. The cashew nut butter frosting tastes fantastic on top. It adds an extra smooth texture to the cake layers that would have been a little too rough without it. The combination of nuts, orange peels, and carrots is the best. She turned to Carno. Carno, you try it too. He tasted. You like the one with cinnamon better, don't you? Asya asked. I didn't say anything, he replied coolly. She said. It's written all over your face, she ponders. The one with cinnamon is definitely more delicious than the other one. But the only thing that matters is what the Noctis elves think. She asked Ivan about it, he replied. I don't really know much about this kind of thing. PB snapped at him. You little brat, Just eat whatever you're given. Asya gently offered a slice. It's okay. Will you at least try this? I made it. Ivan took a small bite. Nibble, nibble. Look at him nibbling at it, PB jeered. If you don't want it, give it to me and let me eat it. PB yelled suddenly. After he puts down the fork, Asya asked, Ivan, did you finish? How was it? Ivan's face twisted. The thing is, I feel sick. Oh no, did the cake go bad? No, that's impossible, Asya said quickly, panicking. Is he having indigestion? Her heart raced. What do I do? Calm down, PB said. He doesn't have indigestion. One of his closed-off emotions has just been awakened. With the help of your carrot cake. What? Asya gasped. Then, finally, as Ivan was trembling, she wonders, are all the snacks I've been feeding him starting to pay off? A groan followed. Ugh, I've got a cramp in my side from flying right after eating, PB said. Anyway, it means that half-elf is now able to control his power a little bit with the help of your snacks. But it took longer than I'd expected. Of course, this cake carried more of your power than the others, but… PB tapped her asking, are you sure that kid has been eating everything you've been giving him? What? Of course, came the immediate reply. But after a pause, uncertainty crept in. Come to think of it, I never actually saw him eat the snacks after I gave them to him. The door opened, and she blinked in surprise. Carno? What brings you here? I decided to stop by and greet you on my way back from speaking with Alexei. I mean His Highness. Carno's voice trailed off as his gaze shifted. What is that Noctis elf doing in here? This is Ivan, she explained. He says he feels sick now. Maybe I gave him too much cake, Carno said. No, I'm asking why you're with that boy, she continued. Well, His Majesty sent him to me. By the way, do you know Ivan? Oh, he's from the north, right? So maybe you saw him while you were up there? As Carno doesn't say anything, she asked, did I guess wrong? She offered cake to him. Since you came all the way here, take some cake with you. Just wait Carney quickly said. Please be careful not to get too close to the slave. She stared at cake. It feels like we're talking about completely different things. Would you like some cake? Carno said. If you insist. Her brow furrowed. What did you mean when you said I shouldn't get too close to him? Carno hesitated. Crown Prince Alexei seemed to like your carrot cake, Your Highness. You've just been saying whatever you feel like, she retorted, her voice rising. Then I'll do the same. Stop calling me Your Highness and call me by my name from now on. He blinked. What? What do you mean? It seemed like you weren't listening to me, so I just said whatever I felt like saying, she huffed. By the way, you call Alosha by his name, don't you? You can call me by my first name too. Call me Asya. He flinched then agreed. Then I'll only do so in private. Looking at him, she asked, why are you acting like I'm forcing you to do something you don't want to do? He replied. Because it's not something I should want, she said. Gosh, but you're going to do whatever I want anyway, he replied. I have no choice but to follow a princess's orders, she pressed on. You totally like it. I can tell. You liar, he asked. Who told you that? She snapped, frustrated. Your face. She narrowed her eyes. By the way, did you eat all of the snacks I gave you? Didn't you say you don't like sweets? He replied. I ate them all. Later in the imperial kitchen, head chef was in despair after eating the cake. Delicious, he muttered, barely audible. I ate it all up in an instant. He thinks in his mind. He said he wasn't the least bit interested in desserts, so what's going on? And on top of that, last night, he recalled Alexei saying, you must be busy preparing the feast for the Noctis elves, right? I heard that you put my chef in charge of dessert. I tried it, Crown Prince Alexei had said, and it was wonderful. The implication startled him. Crown Prince Alexei, the strongest candidate to become the next emperor, took Pavel's side. Then Pavel asked, how did you like it? Actually, it was amazing, the chef admitted. When you said you'd serve a carrot cake, I was worried it might be too unsophisticated, but I never imagined you would have such a good grasp on desserts. I really had no idea, he said inwardly. That means I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. Let's go with this for dessert, he added. If you haven't named the cake yet, we should name it after you. Oh, I have something to say about that, Pavel interrupted. To be honest, this cake was made using Princess Anastasia's original recipe. What are you talking about? Head chef blinked. It's true, Pavel said. She watched me agonize over what to make for dessert, and she came up with this amazing recipe. The chef repeated. Ah, really? Pavel said. Yes. I'm glad the cake was approved. And as for the name, since you are the head chef, you should name it. Princess Anastasia isn't the best with names, then the chef replied. Alright then. I'll think about what name would go well with the cake. Later, Asya looked at a dress being held up in front of her. Ria asked, Your Highness, look at this dress. Isn't it beautiful? She pouted. I'm not going. I won't go. Riss asked. You won't go where? She refused. I won't go see the knights, the maid said. But Your Highness, we are just going out for a leisurely stroll, not to see the knights, Asya asked. Then why do we have to go all the way toward the west wing? The maid said. But Your Highness, I heard that the captain of the Order of the Tingnes has returned. They say he's an amazing person. Why don't you go meet him and introduce yourself? She replied. I know that he's my grandpa on my mom's side. The get surprised. Oh, you know about that? She replied. Yes. I heard it, the maid insisted. Then that's all the more reason. I'm not sure, she said softly. It seems like he's had no interest in seeing me for the past 10 years. But if he suddenly feels like seeing me, wouldn't he come here in person? She stands up saying that, the maid said. I'm sure the captain missed you very much. But so far, due to the inevitable circumstances, Asya cut in. That's what I'm talking about. If he really misses me, he should come see me before I visit him. Later she was taking a stroll. She glanced around and saw a bench. She thinks, the weather is nice, so I think I'll sit on that bench and read. She sat down on bench and started reading the book. After a few moments a shadow appeared on book from behind her. She turned to it, then Carno said, I heard you didn't attend the captain's appointment ceremony, she replied. It sounds like you didn't go either, Carno, he said. That's because I didn't want people to faint when they saw me, she said. I didn't go for the same reason, he questioned. Why would people faint after seeing a little pea? She whacked him playfully. Carno winced as she hit him. Then he grabbed her hand and said, Alexei seemed disappointed that he didn't get to see you. She replied oblivious. But I can always see him later at night, Carno said. He said he can't see the little pea at night because she has to sleep. She again tried hitting him. He asked, Seriously though, why didn't you go to the ceremony? Asya said. I was afraid you were going to kill me if I went. Upon hearing that, Carno went silent. She sensed it and called. Carno? Why did you stop talking? He asked while hesitating. Did you think that, because I made a contract with the spirit of death? She flinched upon hearing that. She thinks, oh, right, there is that issue. Should I just say it? She wondered. Carno, your spirit is the spirit of time. I'm not sure. It is true that he suffered from his power. But is it really okay for me to reveal the truth? Maybe he had been able to rise to the role of vice commander, or even the future head of the county because of that power. She wonders, what if I ruin everything? What does that have to do with anything? She said aloud, brushing the thoughts aside. The reason I didn't go to the ceremony was because of my grandfather. I heard he returned to his old position as captain, she said carefully. What's your point? He asked. Don't you want to see him? She questioned. See vous? He came close and sits beside her saying, Certainly ni line. She looked at him and asked, Carno, do you have grandparents? I have one grandmother, he said. But she lives back at the estate. Are you close to her? She asked. She insisted. I asked if you're close to your grandmother. He hesitated, then nodded. I guess I should say that I am. She continued. I see. Then you must miss her. But I've never seen my grandfather before, so I'm not sure I want to meet him. Then she suggested. Oh, why don't you invite your grandma to the imperial city? He asked. Why would I do that? She said. What? You just said so yourself. Don't you miss your grandma? Miss her? Carno looked confused. My grandmother? Asya asked confused. What other reason could you have had to ask me if I wanted to see my grandfather? You know, she muttered. Sometimes you act a little dumb, Carno. He teased, you little pea. Later she went to the ceremony. PB glanced at the ceremonial walk and questioned. What's so great about meeting with those sinners that they scatter flowers everywhere like this? Asya said. Well, don't you think they're allowed to be here because they've paid for all their sins? Her spirit asked. Does paying for your sins erase what you've done? How can we be sure none of them have malicious intentions? But you do have a point. It seems like the darkness in the north has pretty much been cleaned up, she exclaimed. They looked a lot like Ivan, didn't they? Her spirit asked. Do you want to send him back to them? She asked. What? PB said. I mean, he's a half-elf. But he has the power of the Noctis elves, so are you going to send him back to the north once the rest of his emotions awaken? I might, she thought. But should I? I don't think Ivan has any good memories from when he was in the north. What if the other Noctis elves bully him because he's a half-elf? Or he struggles to adjust? As she was busy in thoughts, PB poked her. Ouch! Asya flinched, suddenly rubbing her head. That hurt. What's wrong with you now? PB said. It's obvious you have no clue what you should and shouldn't be worrying about. Even though Ivan's heart and emotions were locked away, even though he was broken inside, he was still a mix of human and Noctis elf. He's stronger than someone like you, he muttered. Someone as simple and soft as a peach. So why are you worried about him getting hurt? Her spirit asked. She flicked him and said, Humph, you're annoying. As PB was falling, Carno caught him. PB rambled. Asya, you're so soft-hearted to others, so why do you always treat me like this? It's not like I said anything wrong. I always tell the truth. As Carno approached her, she turned to him. He said, It's amazing how even your bird is as talkative as you, he added, as her little companion chirped non-stop. She asked, Carno, why are you here? The Crown Prince was being extremely tyrannical toward me, he muttered. He even ordered me to escort his cousin to the banquet hall. She questioned. What about the talk? Did it go well? He replied. The peace agreement? Of course it went well. So now it's time for you to go have your dinner, Princess Anastasia. She gave him a look. If you're going to escort me, you should come to the door, Sir Carno. Unfortunately, he said, already jumping. I'm running late, so please excuse me. He lifts her up and said, Now, shall we go? Her cheeks flushed as she was suddenly lifted. She said, Do you really have to do this? Put me down. Then they went to the hall where envoys from Noctis elves and Imperial side were present in the presence of the Emperor. Princess Anastasia is making her entrance, a voice announced. Nervously, she stepped forward. A woman introduced herself. Greetings, I'm Lil Mary, a representative of the Peace Envoy. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Anastasia. And I am Adi, said the boy beside her. Lil Mary's attendant. Both Carno and the attendant looked at each other coldly. Suddenly Asya stepped up, blocking Carno. PB whispered to her, Did you just step up to protect him? Just so you know, he could turn those elves into dust in the blink of an eye. But her concern lingered. That elf called Adi is obviously glaring at Carno, even if it's because of the war, and I understand his hatred. Asya looked conflicted, her thoughts racing. I thought if I met the Noctis elves and asked them about their ability to control emotions, maybe they could help Ivan, but I can't trust these elves to take care of him. PN interjected, That's because he doesn't want a peace agreement. Does that elf named Adi look suspicious to you too, PB? She asked. He replied, Yes, you should keep a close eye on him. He seems to have malicious motives. It was hard to believe. An elf still clinging to such vain dreams. Does that elf have a prasty too? She. No, but he has the faint smell of it, came the reply. So, he's probably been in contact with one of the prasties sealed in the north. If that's true, he might be after the remaining ones, so make sure they don't find out about your half-elf. The tables were set for dinner. Alexei said after sitting, Now that we've finished the introductions, shall we begin our meal? After everyone sat down, Carno was friendly towards Asya. That elven attendant glanced towards them. As Asya noticed that, he quickly turns his head. The Emperor said, I'm not sure if the meal was suitable to your tastes, Lil Mary said. Your Majesty, we cannot thank you enough for your generous consideration. A servant approached. Your Majesty, the dessert is ready. Then head chef came with the cake and said, Thank you for waiting. He presented the cake to everyone. This is the last course of today's feast. It is called Lumen Vassilis. There were mixed reactions from all the guests. There were chills and at the dinner hall. Anastasia froze. Are you kidding me? Who named the cake after the land we took from the Noctis elves? What if this ruins the peace? Carno could be forced into war, and Ivan wouldn't have anywhere to go. She panicked. No, I can't let that happen. I need to say something. The cake is, she began, a dessert filled with hope for peace between the Empire and the Noctis elves. The white bird on top symbolizes the harmony between our two nations. Struggling to hold her composure, she pressed on. And the white cream represents the permanent snow of Lumen Vassilis. Since it's currently the noxious period, we didn't use any dairy. It's made with cashew nut cream instead, so there's no need to worry about eating it. You seem to know a lot about this cake, Your Highness. Elven attendant remarked curiously. Yes, Anastasia declared, A drop of sweat slid down her temple. That's because I personally made it for all of you. Turning to Carno, she added, "Oh, and I made the cashew nut cream with Vice Commander Carno here." Carno muffled, trying to remain composed. Lil Mary asked, "What? Did you really make the cake yourself, Princess Anastasia?" "Yes, that's right," Alexei confirmed. "She's been working day and night to make you a nice dessert for almost a month before your visit, so I hope you'll all enjoy it." The cake was cut and served to everyone. Carno muttered under his breath, "Why did you mention that I made it together with you?" She replied, "Because it's true," he argued. "There's no good in telling people I made something before giving it to them." "I've told you that more than once," she said. "If you want to make up with someone, you have to concede." Everyone took a bite of the cake and eyes widened. Someone muttered, "Wow, I've never tasted anything like this before." Both Lil Mary and her attendant nodded in unison. Phew, Anastasia thought, it's a good thing the misunderstanding was resolved. Later at a balcony, "All of the food I had today was memorable," Lil Mary said warmly. "But that cake for dessert was so delicious, it made me want the recipe." "Is that so?" Carno replied. "Then I'll relay your sentiments to Princess Anastasia. Until now, I thought she wasn't even human. Or is she a spirit?" She mused. "She might be," came the reply. "Honestly, I have my own suspicions," Lil Mary asked. "She was indeed clever and brave. Are all members of the imperial family like that?" Carno replied. "Well, not all of them. But if you want that land we took back, you'd better hope Alexei's son is incompetent." "I don't think you took it from us," she smiled and said. "And I'm not interested in such barbaric tactic," Carno said. "But that doesn't explain why Lord Adi gave me such a murderous look. You probably didn't notice. He was behind you." She gasped, shocked. "Oh, even among the elves, he's one of the most conservative," she added. "By the way, I expected the food from the imperial chef to be amazing, but that cake, Lumen Vassilis, was truly incredible. I meant it when I said I wanted the recipe," Carno replied. "Didn't the princess say she made it herself?" Lil Mary sighed. "You don't have to keep lying about it. I know she only said that to lighten the mood." "There's no reason to lie about it," Carno interjected. She replied. "But the princess looked 5 years old, at most," he quickly said. "She's 10. Lil Mary replied, baffled. Wait, does that mean she really made the cake herself? And you helped her make the cashew nut cream?" Carno's face gets flushed from embarrassment. "Pavel!" Anastasia shouted, exasperated. "If you had named the cake, you should have told me." "No, actually, you should have asked me first." Her voice rose in a mix of indignation and panic. "I thought we were going to be in so much trouble." She let out a sharp breath. "Do you have any idea how scared I was?" she gasped, catching herself. Pavel drooped and said, "Your Highness, the thing is..." But she cut him off, circling around him. "And never mind. I'm not mad at you, Pavel. That's right, the head chef named the cake, didn't he?" Pavel began with a low voice. "To be completely honest with you, I was afraid you'd name it something like Asya's carrot cake, so I just told the head chef to name it whatever he wanted. That came as a shock for her. She gets stunned. Anyway, things turned out well in the end, so it's fine, right?" she said with a bitter smile. Pavel said, "I'm terribly sorry," she replied. Forget about it. I have something urgent to do, so stop talking." Pavel asked, "What?" "You should go to bed soon." "What are you going to do?" "They said they liked the cake," she answered quickly, already turning. "So I'm going to finalize the recipe for them." He questioned, "For whom?" "Who do you think?" she replied, incredulous. "The Noctis elves, of course. And I'm going to make some milk tea too, so I need..." "Are you talking about the recipe for the carrot cake?" Pavel interrupted, alarmed. She asked, "Oh, do you think it's a bad idea? Then, should I give them the chocolate cake recipe instead?" "You can't give them either recipe," he snapped. "No way. That recipe is priceless, and you're just going to give it away?" "But, it's not that special," she replied quietly. "If you think about it, you can find carrot cake anywhere. Anyone can make it. But the one you made wasn't just any ordinary carrot cake," he insisted. She smiled. "Still, if a cake can end the war once and for all, wouldn't that be worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold?" There was a pause. Of course, things could go south pretty easily, but at the very least, the elves who are here now believe we worked really hard to prepare for their visit. So, this recipe might be the bridge to true peace between our two nations. "Am I being too naive?" she asked. Upon hearing that, Pavel felt touched and softened. "No," he said, smiling. "It's a great idea. So you'll be working with your recipe and what else? Strawberry milk tea, she said, smiling. We can call it no warm milk tea, he asked. What? The name is a little. First, she began bustling about. Put the strawberry-infused black tea leaves into the pot. Next, pour enough water to soak the leaves and bring it to a boil. When they swell with water, add the coconut milk, and warm it until it starts steaming. Since it's strawberry milk tea, it'll be complete after adding 1 sugar cube. Later that night, a voice called gently, Princess Anastasia? It's very late. You should be in bed. What brings you here? Anastasia stepped forward. Carno told me you enjoyed my cake very much, so I came to give you the recipe. And I brought some milk tea I made. I use coconut milk so you don't have to worry about dairy. Pardon. The elf blinked. She smiled softly. Here. Put this strawberry jam in the milk tea. I like the nutty smell and the sweet strawberry scent. Inside, her spirit's voice echoed in her mind. I can only use my power through you, so cook more food and feed it to them. That way, I can find out a little bit of what they're planning. Hell, will this do? She thought. The elf said. I feel bad that you've given us so much, when we have nothing to give to you, she replied. Then you can show me around the nice places when I visit Webtoon. If you come to visit us, he said warmly, I'll gladly welcome you. Oh, could you wait here a second? Lil Mary asked. Actually, we brought gifts for the princes and princesses, but we were afraid they weren't extravagant enough. Asya asked excited. Can I open it now? The elf replied. Of course. She opened the box and gasped. Wow, this is so cute. The elf smiled. It's always cold in the north, so we thought the empire would still be quite chilly even though it's early spring. I heard the palace doesn't even get cold in winter. She mused, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use it. Asya put them on saying, Oh right, it's quite warm here, isn't it? But starting from next year, she added quietly, it'll get colder in the palace. This will come in handy. The elf asked, What do you mean? She replied, Alosha, I mean, the crown prince is still getting used to his spirit. But this phase will end soon, so the weather will return to normal. I see, the elf said. Please accept my congratulations in advance on such a fortunate occasion. Asya turned, asking Riss, Does it look good on me? A few days later, Asya fell sick. Her spirit said, How can you be so foolish and soft-hearted? I told you to cook for the elves, not spend all your energy on them. She groans. It's not my fault cooking is strenuous, Your Highness. Riss asked, worried. How are you feeling? His Majesty is so worried about you that he sent someone. Shall I let him in? He did? Anastasia blinked. Well, okay. The door opened. A person came and bowed. Greetings, Princess Anastasia. Since His Majesty is busy with a meeting at the moment, I came here to offer you some gifts on his behalf. She sat up as he bowed. The person present. This is a music box with a glass ballerina, made by artisan Murat Alo. It's one of 2 glass pieces that are part of a set. The other one, a ballerino, is at the said Voyer estate. This one was kept in Lumarin until it was taken by His Majesty to give to you. Lumarin? She echoed. That is where the emperors keep their treasures. And that's not all. I brought rare lace, expensive silk, and… What is all of this? She interrupted. They are all gifts from His Majesty to you, Your Highness, the servant said proudly. The most rare and precious gifts in the… Eek. A chill filled the room as Carno arrived holding flowers. It's happening again, she thought. Whenever Carno shows up, the air freezes over. She turned calmly to the servant. You can go now. Please tell His Majesty I was very happy and thankful to receive his gifts. And Riss, can I have a cup of tea, please? PB interjected. Again. You're having such foolish thoughts again. He's much bigger than you. Why would you bother worrying about him? I hate how awkward it gets, she whispered. I can't stand it. And what does him being bigger than me have to do with anything? Carno asked. Did you send the servants away because you were afraid I might kill them? She asked. Were you going to kill them? He replied flatly. No, she pressed on. Then why would you even bring that up? He asked while putting flowers in the vase. Why are you in such a foul mood? I'm not in a foul mood, she asked. Why are you here? He replied. The crown prince said he'd scold me if I didn't visit his sick cousin. By the way, he added, His Majesty will be disappointed. His Majesty? She asked. Why? He replied. He put so much effort into giving you those gifts, but you sent the servant back with such a lukewarm response. It's not that I'm unhappy with the gifts. That servant, she paused. That person saw you and… She faltered again. Was afraid. he asked. So what? She said. Doesn't it bother you at all? He replied. It certainly doesn't make me happy. She looked down saddened. Have you ever wished you had another spirit? Never, he answered. Without the spirit of death, we wouldn't have been able to fight in the war. If it hadn't been for that power, would the Imperial Army have ever listened to me? She shouts. You wouldn't have had to go to war in the first place. Then the war would have just dragged out for longer, he said coldly. She remained silent. Then he looked at her and said, I didn't come here to talk about that. How are you feeling? Carno, she cut in, voice trembling. I've been thinking about whether or not it was right for me to tell you this. And until just a moment ago, I decided not to. But I can't hide it from you anymore. She reaches out and grabs his hand thinking, I hope revealing it isn't just my way of escaping from the agony of keeping this secret. And I hope it won't destroy the power that's made your life difficult, but also supported you. She hoped, may what I'm about to say become a ray of hope for him. She looked up, voice quiet but clear. Carno, your spirit is not the spirit of death.